Two, two, two. Two, two. Two, two. Two, two. Two, two. Check two, two. Check, check, check.
Hello, everybody who's wandering around Sports Castle right now. I have a quick PSA, if you can y'all give me your ears. So we have Sustain Web 3 kicking off in about like 5-10 minutes upstairs on the second floor. So if anybody's here for that, wants to come hang, you can head right up the ramp, up the other ramp, and find our stage right over there. So again, bright orange. I'm getting, follow the bright orange Yellow Brick Road. We'll get started in about 5 to 10 minutes. If y'all could head up, that'd be great. Thanks.
Two, two, check, two, two.
You have it now?
All right, we're finally ready. Thank you, Bill. With you all, Megan Knapp, why all Web3 businesses should be DAOs.
Okay. Woo! All right, kicking it off. Okay, hey everybody walking in. Welcome to DAOFest and Sustain Web3. I'm Megan, and I run a company called Ledger. We build crypto accounting software for businesses. I have worked with a couple of different DAOs over the past year, DORG, Marketing DAO, Orochi V1, and OneHive, so across a bunch of different kinds of protocols, and just wanted to share with you some quick thoughts on why I think all Web3 would benefit from using DAOs as part of their business operations. So like yesterday, it's too loud. Oh, louder, okay. Yesterday at the Meta Cartel Demo Day, Deacon had a really good visualization of how traditional companies differ from DAOs. But my sort of high-level takeaways are, DAOs and like traditional corporations are sort of different flip sides of the same coin. Where in normal companies you have top-down decision-making, hierarchical structures. Compensation of employees depends on upward mobility. And usually, especially for software engineers, it means moving out of coding and into management, and also lots of information asymmetry. DAOs obviously are different, like implicitly. Decision-making power, lies with what you put into the DAO, whether it's in terms of money or in terms of sweat equity. Compensation is subject to voting, and information is generally on-chain, especially financial information. So there are fewer information asymmetries. I went to business school a few years ago, and I don't know if anybody else has a similar vibe from going to business school, but they sort of just teach you about like whatever the current trends are in corporations. So some of the takeaways that I've learned from my short time going for my MBA is sort of like hot topics, like this issue of cultural misfits was like what you would learn in terms of like hiring, where you want to bring in people who are disruptive to your organization from a cultural perspective because they help enhance innovation and problem solving. But Harvard Business School shows that cultural misfits actually don't have good tenures at businesses, at large corporations. They don't make as much money and they stay for shorter periods of times. So even though companies benefit from having people like that involved, the people that are contributing don't get as much benefit. So DAOs are obviously the flip side of that. Most of us in the DAO sphere are sort of cultural misfits. And there's also just a greater sort of ability for different kinds of people to join in companies. Also, the Spiral framework was this very sort of in vogue sort of business school type study. It was created in the early 2000s. And it was a way that for corporations to implement pockets of democracy within their companies so that they give the illusion that their workers have the ability to have a say in what's going on in terms of product development, in terms of corporate culture development. It's been applied at companies like Whole Foods fairly successfully, but it's not true democratic governance of companies. And DAOs, obviously, this is an implicit thing that exists within the DAO framework. The other thing, in terms of impact to businesses, is corporate social responsibility. DAOs, I don't know that there's a good sort of translation for DAOs in terms of corporate social responsibility, but maybe it's implicit in the products that you guys are building. So 2019 has seen a lot of innovation in terms of the Web3 environment across a bunch of different verticals, like decentralized finance, maybe being the biggest, marketplaces, NFTs, collectibles, but there hasn't been nearly as much innovation in the companies that you guys are building to actually build out these products. And so that's what I would like to see in 2020. And it does make sense, DAOs, Moloch V1 was launched here at DAOFest, or at ETH Denver last year. So it was very much an experimental technology, but what I'm hoping to show you guys is how I think that it's proven that it works and can be applied in a variety of different manners in different verticals across companies in this environment, in the Web3 environment. One of the companies that I work with is DORG, and wanted to share with you guys a case study of not only why using a DAO to help run your business fits with the ethos of Web3, but also just makes business sense on the bottom line. So if you guys don't already know, quick summary about DORG. They're a developer shop. They were incorporated as a BB LLC in Vermont last year. They've been in operation for almost a year, a little less than a year. A bunch of the team is sitting right over here. And they utilize a DAO stack framework, and I do their accounting. Quick overview, just like some key stats of how they performed. Their first year, they had 10 clients contributing to revenue streams, with one client providing just over half of their revenue stream, which is actually not that bad for a dev shop that provides very specialized technology. And as their year sort of progressed, you saw that their revenue streams diversified as time went on, and we expect to see that trend continue in 2020. From a compensation perspective, they paid 17 contractors. They started off with a core team of a few of them that really launched the company and then brought more people into their sphere as they went on. So you can see that the company has like a somewhat decentralized sort of like picture of how it's managed, and this compensation translates directly to their voting power in the DAO. So we also expect to see that as 2020 progresses, the voting power decentralizes further. So now, I think in November or December, the core contributors, the earliest contributors to the DAO no longer had 2/3 voting power, which was a big hallmark for their company. And it's just pretty cool in general. Okay, this is like the part that I think is exciting, their financial overview. They were able to distribute pretty much all of the revenue that they generated back down to their workers, which is something that normal companies just do not do. They have high overhead. It's generally fairly expensive to operate a business. But DORG figured out a way, like most of the revenue that they generated went back to pay for like the actual client work. Some of the revenue that they distributed to their members was administrative time. Their administrative time sort of expense is much lower than you would see in like normal companies, especially in startups. Professional services accounted for like a very small percentage. They were like very tactful in like how they incorporated and how they operated. But the really exciting part, and like maybe the key point to what I'm talking about, is actually that like little yellow line. It represents $24, which was their gas costs in 2019. So that represents hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of value, over 350 transactions, and it's for the entire year of operation, it cost them less than it would for a monthly subscription to a payment service. So it 100% makes financial sense to be, from a back-end perspective, to be operating a DAO framework, for, at least in expense management. Something that people who are like less, comfortable with when talking about blockchains and cryptocurrency, and especially DAOs, is, oh, it's like you're using cryptocurrency, isn't it like super volatile and you're going to lose all your money, potentially. So did an analysis on the exchange rate for DORG that they, what they gained or lost in moving their assets into dollars. And on average, they had an FX exchange loss of $7, which is actually really not that bad when you think about the cost of capital for using ACH or wire transfers. And when you adjust for their stablecoin activity, which is actually most of their financial activity, the cost of capital is less than $1. So very good on the foreign exchange metric as well in 2019. So we think it makes financial sense to use DAOs from a back-end perspective. So does it make sense for their customers too? Is it too difficult for their clients to be outsourcing their development work to a DAO? And we ran a survey from a couple of their clients, and we found, no, their clients are pretty happy. They did good work. And working with a DAO as an outsourced entity actually wasn't a big deal for them. So one of the takeaways that I think is as we sort of look to mature Web3 corporations and businesses, there's lots of venture capital money pouring into this atmosphere. We should think about how we can be taking the Web3 values and folding them into our businesses. You don't have to be a DAO entirely. You can use a DAO as a tool. And the most apt use cases, I think, are for contract approvals, voting on making sure that you're happy with contractors that you're bringing in, with legal agreements, approving client engagements. You can use it for financial management, even if you're not totally denominated in cryptocurrency. For us to reconcile their 2019 books, because all of their financial data was on-chain, we were able to automatically reconcile about 83% off the bat, which cuts back a ton on your accounting costs, your auditing costs. That's a pretty big deal. And also using it as a cap table just to show who has equity in your company. So just DAO it. Yay. Who's up next?
All right, guys. She was fast. We're kind of on time. We have 3 minutes to the next presentation, and I want to invite Aaron Soskin to the stage to talk about Govern.io. I know he's around. He saved my life already today a couple of times. Everybody put your hands together for Aaron Soskin.
Hey everyone, can everyone hear me? Good morning, DAOFest. How's everyone doing today? Does this work? No? Hello? Well, cool. Thanks for getting up early today and coming out for this talk. My name is Aaron Soskin, like they were saying before, and I am the founder of a company called Govern. And today we're going to be talking about how to go from democracy to DAOmocracy. I'm glad I hear a couple chuckles, all about that pun life. All right, so this is a really exciting time for us, and we think it's a really cool opportunity about how we can start to enable the next generation of democracy. So really fast, who is Aaron? I'm going to see if this mic works. Hello? 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 Can you hear me? Way better. All right, thank you guys. Cool, so who is Aaron? That's me. I'm that guy. I was born in the Bay Area. I grew up in Sacramento, but I currently live in San Francisco. When I was a kid, my dream job was to be an astronaut, which, with the price of Ethereum lately, we're going to the moon, so I'm not exactly wrong. Previous jobs, management consultant, I was a dairy farmer and a production assistant. Started in blockchain 3 years ago, and my fun fact / hot take is that ranch dressing is actually the best condiment on the world. There's no food that ranch dressing cannot go on. So what are we going to talk about today? We're going to have 4 different sections. We're going to talk about we're first going to show you the trust is broken with our politicians today. 2, I'm going to show you why trust is broken. 3, we're going to talk about where packs started. And 4, we're going to talk about the fix for these packs. And ultimately, if you remember nothing else from my talk today, I want you to remember these 3 truths, these 3 takeaways, all right? 1, political campaigns are expensive. 2, it's an incentives problem, not a politics problem. And 3, we need to stop pushing when we should be pulling, okay? So key takeaway number 1, political campaigns are expensive. Not only are they expensive to win, they are very expensive to lose as well. In the midterms, 2018, this wasn't even a presidential election, the average winner in the House spent over $2 million, and in the Senate, over $15.7 million. And the loser spent almost $1 million in the House, and in the Senate close to $10 million. Now, these are only the losers, the second place losers. This doesn't even factor into account the third place loser, fourth place loser, fifth place loser. So for better or for worse, political campaigns are really expensive to both win and lose. And the unfortunate thing is, the cost of elections are only going up. This is the price of the election that the average winner has spent in both the House and the Senate over the past 20 years. And the reason that it's a problem that the cost is going up, besides just the churn of amount of money spent doing nothing, is this. This is a very important graph. What this shows, and I know the resolution's not great, but this is a graph that shows the correlation between if you spend more and your chances of winning the election. And what it shows is that over the last 20 years, at least 80% of the time, the person that spends more money wins the election. 80% of the time, the person that spends more money wins the election. Now, take this with a grain of salt. This is a correlation and not a causation. That being said, if you are a politician and you see this graph, what is it that you're going to start to optimize for? Which is why this is what happens. This is a proposed agenda the DNC would give freshman DNC congressmen. So a freshman DNC congressman would come into play, DNC party would give them this and say, this is what your schedule should be every single day. And 4 hours a day, 50% of their time is blocked off for call time. This is dialing for dollars. This is raising money for re-election. This is insane. It is insane. There is a proposed agenda that you have to spend 50% of your time raising money for re-election. If any job in the world, you had to spend 50% of your time to raise money for re-election or for your job next year, you would do a bad job at that job. I would do a bad job if I had to spend 50% of my time negotiating my next year's salary, right? And this does not help the fact that we don't trust politicians. When we see politicians dialing for dollars, it lowers our trust, and we also already don't trust politicians. So Pew Research Center has been tracking over the last 60 years the percent of Americans who think that politicians do the right thing all of the time or most of the time. And we are at an all-time low right now at 17%. And the crazy thing to me about this graph is that it doesn't really matter whether it's a Republican or Democrat in charge. Our trust in politicians, for them to do the right thing at least most of the time, goes down with almost every administration. And if only 17% of Americans trust politicians to do the right thing, what does that mean about our political system? The problem, though, is that the trust problem goes both ways. The OpenGov Foundation did this huge study where they went into a bunch of campaign offices and congressional offices, and they studied how does the feedback loop work when constituents reach out to politicians. And what they found is that even when politicians did respond to constituent concerns, only 50% of the time would the constituent even open up the email. So it's a problem on both sides of the coin. Politicians aren't engaging in us, we aren't engaging with politicians, and there's this massive breakdown in trust. And ultimately, this leads to us not helping politicians fund these really expensive campaigns. Again, in 2018, only 24% of members of Congress had at least 10% of donations come from small dollar donors. That number shrinks quickly to 1.1% when we talk about at least 50% coming from small dollar donors. So what does that look like? if this represents every member of Congress, everything in purple has only 10% of donations coming from small dollar donors, and only this, everything in green, is at least 50%. So that means politicians are being funded by big money donors and PACs. And you can say that it's bad that that's where their funding comes from, but maybe it's also bad that we are not providing them an alternative source of funding, right? Which really becomes a problem when they look at this graph. Because if I know and I'm a politician that my campaign is expensive and that my small dollar donations aren't coming in, then I'm going to do this. And the ironic thing is, the crazy ironic thing is, politicians hate this. They absolutely hate this. They were interviewed about how much they hate dialing for dollars. And a freshman and a congressperson, John Larson, described the experience of dialing for dollars as the same as sticking bamboo shoots up his fingernails. It is terrible. They hate this process of dialing for dollars. They hate the fact that they have to spend 50% of their time fundraising. That's not why they ran for office. They ran for office to solve constituent issues, which leaves us at this prisoner's dilemma. We all love prisoner's dilemma, right? And ultimately, politicians have a finite amount of time. They can spend it fundraising, or they can spend it solving constituent issues. We as constituents can either donate to politicians, or we can disengage. All right, and so ultimately we want to elect people that fix issues, and we want to donate to people that fix issues, right? So really we're stuck in these three quadrants, right? One, where the constituent doesn't give money. If we're in quadrant number 2, the constituent doesn't give money, and the politician fixes the issue, and they don't win for re-election. Quadrant 3, we give money, they don't fix the issue, and we're left holding the bag. Or 4, which ends up happening the majority of the time, which is we don't give money, politicians don't fix our issues. That's what happens, right? And it's a problem because of this and this, which means we're left here, right? We're constituents, we're looking at our politicians, and they're following big money donors and PACs, because that's where the money is coming from. And this is a really important point to realize. We don't think people are inherently bad. Besides bad actors, we don't believe politicians don't want to work for us. Politicians and constituents don't inherently distrust and disengage. They're just acting per what the system incentivizes. Politicians don't want to ignore our concerns, but that's just the process that we've set into play, which is where we get to key takeaway number 2. This isn't a political problem. This is an incentive problem. It doesn't matter whether we vote in Democrats, Republicans, or independents. We're going to run into this issue as long as this is the process that we've incentivized, right? And this is the core argument to how we actually fix the current system, right? Which leads us to a very big realization we had. Whether we like it or not, PACs and big money donors are so successful because they solve a lot of the incentive problems for politicians. So let's stop for a second, all right? And let's ask ourselves then, how did PACs actually start? They're very successful at what they do. Why did they come into being? How did they get so powerful? And PACs actually started in 1944. And the first PAC was the Congress of Industrial Organizations to raise money for the re-election of Franklin D. Roosevelt. The CIO was actually a group of industrial unions that got together to help encourage FDR to support union members. And the rules of the first PAC were that the PAC's money had to come from voluntary contributions of the union members rather than the union treasuries themselves. Voluntary contributions of the members. This raises the question, is this a DAO or is this a PAC? To me, it sounds a lot more like a DAO. A group of people getting together, not coming from the corporate coffers, but rather everyone contributing voluntarily for a joint objective, for a joint purpose. Sounds like a DAO, which is why I spend most of my weekends doing this, just preaching that DAOs are a better version of PACs. And while I was preaching this one weekend, I had an idea, which is what if instead of fighting campaign finance, what if instead of fighting big money donors, we just used it to our advantage, right? Ultimately, big money donors figured out how to make campaign finance work for them. PACs figured out how to make campaign finance work for them. Lobbyists figured out how to make campaign finance work for them. Why can't we? which gets us to key takeaway number 3, which is we need to stop pushing when we should be pulling. Why are we fighting campaign finance when it can work for us? Campaign finance isn't the problem. The problem with campaign finance is that it's not equal access to everyone, and that we as individuals have not figured out how to take advantage of it for ourselves. So, what if we go down this train of thought a little bit more? What if we just accept for one moment that money is going to be in politics? Instead of fighting it, instead of trying to get all this money out of politics, because it is very hard to get politicians to vote for money out of politics once they've been elected, because we don't incentivize it, what if we just accept it and say, how do we take advantage of it for everybody? So we can start to use the same tools and leverages that PACs and big money donors have access to. Okay, what's the next step in that? And we're able to say, we can create an opportunity to make PACs, make everybody as powerful as PACs and big money donors. Essentially what we can do is we can turn everybody into their own PAC and everybody into your own lobbyist. We can reduce the barriers to entry, which depends on this big fact is, are people really engaged? And we actually believe they are. They're just not engaged in politics. And this is really key. Only 12% of Americans donated to politicians in 2016. 69% of Americans donated to nonprofits. Sure, you can chalk some of that up to tax write-offs, but that's the truth. 69, close to 70% of people are donating to nonprofits. We want change. We're ready for it, and we're actually engaging in donating. We just don't trust politicians. So the broke solution would say that people should start more PACs. The woke solution, right, is that people should actually run more DAOs. And I'm actually not the first person to think of this. Does anyone know who this is? This is James Madison, and he was the first person to propose that everyone should be in their own DAO, or rather faction is what he called it, but it was a DAO. And ultimately, James Madison would have been a member of James DAO, and that is the truth. You guys know what James DAO is? Yeah? James Madison would have been a member of James DAO, and that is the truth. And James Madison wrote something, was part of this group that wrote the Federalist Papers. And he wrote extensively about why everyone should be their own DAO in Federalist Paper number 10, okay? And what Federalist Paper number 10 says, I'm going to summarize it right now. If you haven't read number 10, go read number 10. There's a lot of papers. Number 10 is the most important, all right? People are going to naturally divide into factions based off their interests, okay? That's going to happen no matter what. 2, there are causes and effects to every faction. We will never be able to limit the causes, so maybe we can limit the effects. And in order to reach consensus across factions, you either need to control the causes or the effects. And that the Madisonian ideal was that everyone would have equal access and opportunity to create their own factions and have equalized effects. And if that was the case, ultimately all these factions would end up balancing each other out. And that as long as you allowed everybody to join factions and everyone to have the similar effects, it would be fine. But what Madison didn't realize is that we don't live in a perfect world, right? And right now, not everyone has equal access to factions or capital to create fair factions, right? So what do? Ultimately, we're left with 2 options. We can either limit everybody's access to create factions and their associated effects, or we can actually enhance everyone and equalize everyone's access, right? And that's what we're talking about. It's not about reducing and making everyone go down to the least common denominator. It's actually about enhancing and putting everyone on the same playing field, all right? So how do we get there? And we've actually already done some experimentation in this space, which is really cool. Has anyone heard of Yang DAO? Were people in Yang DAO? Any Yang DAO members? See a couple hands, love that, right? And Yang DAO was a good experiment, right? Here are some stats on it. Shout out to DAO House. If you guys haven't checked out DAO House, go check out DAO House. It's the coolest way to launch DAOs. Anyways, just some stats. There's $3,500 in the bank. We had 34 members, all right? And it had a lot of, at the beginning, a lot of engagement. But we also had a lot of learnings. And if you go to yangdao.org, this is the page that ends up coming up, right? And there's a lot of learnings we can take from this Yang DAO experiment. And the truth is, DAOs are getting better, but they're still hard. I can talk about, from my perspective, one of the biggest learnings I had from Yang DAO is that it's not enough to create economic coordination tools. PACs don't just get a bunch of money together in a pot and say, cool, we have all this money in a pot. They say, we have all this money, now what are we going to go do with it? And they actually incentivize members to go and do specific things with this capital, right? So DAOs are getting hard, or getting better, but they're still hard, which leaves us to levels of enlightenment, okay? And there are 4 levels of political enlightenment we have to go through. Current campaign finance. Second one is outcome-based donations. Third is issue-based DAOs. And fourth is public funding for public goods. I'm not going to be able to get to the fourth one today, but I'm going to talk about the first 3, okay? We're currently here, current campaign finance. It's not working that well. I know I feel frustrated with it. I'm sure a lot of you guys do. What we're trying to do is get to here, which is the first step in our way to DAOs. It's called outcome-based donations. And this is actually what we're building at Govern right now. And what an outcome-based donation is it's donations that are held in escrow contracts until predefined community metrics are reached. What does this mean? This means, let's say you care about education. Like I care about education, and I live in San Francisco. I can go donate $100 to the mayor of San Francisco if high school graduation rates go up by 2% within the next 2 years. And only if high school graduation rates go up by 2% in the next 2 years does the mayor of San Francisco get my $100 donation. And if she doesn't hit that metric, I can choose to send my donation to any political opponent or to a nonprofit that's working in the space right now. Ultimately, what this does is it's giving us the same tools that lobbyists and PACs have access to, right? And ultimately, what we start to do is level the playing field between special interest groups and constituents. Because remember, this is an incentive problem. It's not a politics problem. And when you use outcome-based donations, what we're able to do is set aside money and tell the politician, hey, instead of spending 50% of your time fundraising, spend more of your time solving these issues. Because I now have a huge pot of money, $10,000, waiting for you for once you solve this issue, for once you need to run for re-election. And you no longer are all about running for re-election. You get to do what you do best, which is governing and providing solutions. Because we know you hate this. We know you hate this, and we hate this as well. So when we work together and not opposed and make sure politics isn't the zero-sum game it is now, we can start to improve to this future, right? Which is that when PACs are going to be looking at the politicians, we're going to be looking at us at outcome-based donations. Because not only are we better than PACs, it's a more efficient way to do campaign finance. Because you don't have to spend all of this time fundraising and raising money just to go around the country. So again, start wrapping up. These are the 3 takeaways you need to remember. If you don't remember my name, don't remember Govern, remember these 3 things on how we fix democracy. 1, campaigns are expensive. We can't change that fact. 2, this is an incentive problem. It's not a politics problem. 3, we need to stop pushing when we should be pulling. Why fight this massive force? Why fight this infrastructure instead of using it to our advantage? These are the 3 things I want you to remember. If you like what I had to say, we're launching our beta in the next 2 weeks, right? It's a really exciting time. So please come join our beta. If you scan this QR code, it'll take you to a place you can put in your email, or feel free to email or telegram me to tell you how to get involved. Ultimately, what we're building is not just the next change in campaign finance, but the next generation of democracy. One where we don't have to trust our politicians to always do the right thing. One where we can live in this trustless scenario, where we can work with our politicians and make sure politicians and constituents are on the same team. Thanks so much. I'll be around today for any questions. Also, make sure you stick around. Peeps Democracy, which is doing a very similar thing, is coming up next, and they have an awesome, awesome platform.
All right, so as Aaron just said, I want to call to the stage Bill Warren from Peeps Democracy. Woo! Is everybody a DAO here already? Who has launched a DAO? Raise your hand. Yeah, that's a pretty large number of DAO launchers. 1 year ago, it wasn't like this. Welcome, Bill.
Okay, let me try.
Maybe some settings
All right.
from the laptop.
I should be working. It's fine.
God damn it.
All right. Just 1 second.
Bear with us for a moment while we figure out. We just found a new bug in the protocol here. What's up? Can I get some feedback?
Okay.
So it's not our side.
I'm gonna check with them.
Sorry.
No worries. This actually works well with my talk, so
So, how does it go?
it's going great.
Do you want us to just start speaking?
Yeah.
Introduce the.
Yeah, so I'll get started while we're waiting on slides and just give a quick intro of who I am and what our company does. So we're Peeps Democracy, where we're on a mission to make activism as easy as Uber Eats. And we're starting with activism by people who are crypto natives. So just as a little bit of background, we started on this journey about a year and a half ago, and we're launching our first DAO product pretty much today. So again, Peeps Democracy, making activism as easy as Uber Eats. So we see the world as kind of this messy, broken place. Kind of like Aaron talked about, there's a lot of dissatisfaction with politics, but I think that extends to the nonprofit sector, right? For 50 years, we kind of said, we'll let governments handle social change. And then probably about 20 years ago, we said, well, governments don't do a great job at actually manufacturing positive social change, so we'll let high net worth individuals and their foundations, like the Gates Foundation, kind of drive social and political change. And the results have been mixed, to say the least. And we think that kind of people hit this inflection point around 2016. And 2016 was for governance what 2009 was for banking, right? The collapse of the banking system woke people up and got them to start experimenting with cryptocurrencies. I would argue that Bitcoin was a response primarily to the financial crisis, and it's kind of built this amazing crypto universe 10 years later. 2016, with the election of Donald Trump and a bunch of outsider candidates around the world, and the surprises that those kind of shepherded in, people woke up in a similar way and thought like, okay, the system is safe, we just can fall asleep at the wheel, and these technocrats will do what we need them to do, and things will stay relatively broken, but not so broken that we're on the way to some sort of like post-apocalyptic future. That all changed, and the other change that happened at kind of the same time and has been happening for the last probably 10, 15 years is that social and political movements have become by their nature more decentralized and fluid. I think the great modern example of this would be Occupy Wall Street. Then you start with a Sunrise movement, that's a more recent example, right? People aren't attracted to these monolithic movements that are led by a single charismatic leader anymore. Instead, movements are emergent. They're coming from the bottom up, and they tend to come with a lot of small leaders, some of whom might emerge as kind of the face of the movement, or the movement might stay relatively decentralized like a Black Lives Matter did. You know, people want to take charge. They want to change the world. The problem is it's just hard to do it, right? The challenge is that when it comes to coordinating these decentralized or even just spread out movements, it's really hard. Everybody in a decentralized movement expects a voice and deserves a voice in the decision making. And success really depends on long-term engagement. The reason that lobbyists kind of 9 times out of 10 defeat ordinary people is because lobbyists play on a 5 to 10 year time horizon. Ordinary people, they go do the march, there are 100,000 people in DC, and then they go home and think like, we've been heard, it's done. And the reality is that you know, any engagement and movement on that social issue that was driven by that march is going to peter out over the next year or two. So we want to leverage the power of DAOs for good. You know, this fits within the original mission of, I think, the Moloch DAOs and some of the other grant-based DAOs that we've seen in the last year, right? Except those have been focused primarily on good for the Ethereum ecosystem and developer ecosystem. The challenge is that DAOs up until this point have been way too complicated, even for crypto natives to get. You know, there's been poor communications within the DAOs. So I was a member of Yang DAO, probably like a lot of you all. Yang DAO lived in several places. It lived on chain, and then it also lived in a Telegram group, and then it kind of lived in a Discord group that never really got off the ground. And that makes it harder to keep up for people to stay engaged over the long run, which leads to this loss of momentum, which we kind of saw in Yang DAO, where there was a lot of energy in that first month of launch. It kind of petered out, though there was a core group of people that kind of kept it alive, put up some great proposals, and ended up doing some really cool things with the like 4,000 DAI or so that ended up in Yang DAO. So, you know, the current solutions fail again because they tend to require technical skills, or they're time consuming, or a problem that's near and dear to my heart based on my background as a lawyer and FEC compliance is they're not set up to be legally compliant, which means that until you have legally compliant DAOs, you're not going to get serious people to give lots of money to them just because the risk is too great. So the future is DAO, and that's why we created this platform, Peeps DAOs. So we let anybody easily launch a decentralized organization. Each DAO collects crypto for a cause. We're going to launch supporting DAI, wrapped ETH, and then a Peeps token, which is just for reputation. And then, like any other DAO, donations equal votes. So we can check it out really quickly if the screen cooperates. So this is Peeps DAO. You can check out the 2 DAOs I've created below. We've got Peeps Test Party DAO, which is really just our way of trying to figure out how to break shit. And then there's Yang DAO 2, the Yangarang, since haven't given up on UBI or some of the kind of future policy pieces of the Yang platform. Let's see if he runs for Senate or governor or mayor somewhere. But these DAOs all live on the platform a little bit like DAO House. You can go to a particular DAO page, and then once it loads, you can request to join just by entering the amount of DAI that you'd like to contribute. The summoner or admins can then go to your membership profile and admit you as a member. If I were signed in as a summoner, I'd see a little admit button there. You can then create easy proposals that we track along the way. So I won't create proposals just because, as you guys know, it can take a 15 to 30 seconds for something to write on chain. And then you can also see your account info. So this way, kind of you have your details in one place, and your account info actually differs from DAO to DAO, since one thing we wanted to be sensitive to is our DAOs are meant to fall into a couple of buckets. The first bucket is to serve as fundraising platforms for decentralized PACs and super PACs. So those are organizations where we need to collect a relatively high amount of information from you so that the summoners and admins can fulfill their FEC reporting obligations. The second bucket is what is lovingly called dark money, where you don't have to collect as much information. You still need kind of name, make sure you're a US citizen, but then that's all we collect. And then the final category, which we're really excited about, is kind of the everything else. So if you're trying to influence US elections, of course, you have to provide certain amounts of info. You can't accept money from non-US citizens. But then if you're trying to do something like global internet freedom or funding democracy activists in Nigeria or Hong Kong, we want to make sure that we're collecting minimal information just so that if we get hacked for some reason, people can't associate your donations with a real person. So we have kind of 3 tiers of the information that we collect from you guys. So let me go back to this. The foundations of our DAO are the Moloch v2 code, where we've added a simple factory, and we've also made changes so that our DAOs operate kind of within the more traditional nonprofit and political organization milieu. In the near future, we'll offer some open law forms to help with entity creation, so that once you create a Peeps DAO, you can also easily spin up your own 501c4 or your own PAC or super PAC, which then you'll be responsible for filing with the right government entities. And then where we're different from a lot of the existing DAOs is we've done a lot less configuration, or we've put a lot of less configuration on the users, which means there's more defaults. In the near future, we'll kind of offer an advanced DAO creation path for people that really want to alter kind of the voting period lengths, that really want to alter the way rage quitting works, and so on and so forth. We've also made member onboarding easier. This is one where we had to trade off a little bit of decentralization for ease of use, so that summoners and anyone who's invited as an admin can admit a member just with a single click. It doesn't have to go through a proposal process. That way, if somebody wants to join, they just have to put in their DAI and then wait for an admin to approve. So membership approval can go from a couple days down to a couple minutes. We also have kind of generally more powerful summoners and admins in the sense that they're able to pull the demographic and user information for their particular DAO so that they can do whatever kind of reporting they need to do. We also made it so that only admins can sponsor and process proposals, which is a little bit different from the Moloch v2 code where any member can do that work. Again, we're sacrificing decentralization a little bit for something that will allow these DAOs to work within kind of a existing political organization or nonprofit, just so you don't blow your tax status or get in trouble with the government. And all of the kind of compromises we've made with decentralization versus centralization of a DAO are all so that we can, again, fit into this 501c framework or a 527 political org framework. That said, while we've made compromises on some of the processing and sponsoring and admitting members, we did think it was relatively important to keep kicking out members completely decentralized, just out of fairness. So, we're not troll proof, and if there's a troll, you have to go through the guild kick vote. So, in terms of future plans, we are right now in kind of an open beta test period on the Rinkeby network. We would love everybody in this room to sign up, help us break our shit, help us figure out how to do some kind of better error handling for early DAO users. In March, we're launching on mainnet, and that means you guys will be able to play with Fire, create causes, support causes using real crypto. We've got a couple communities that we're bootstrapping. One will be focused on cannabis liberalization. One will be focused on kind of civic tech and decentralized democracy tech. Another will be focused on crypto policy. And then starting the spring, the goal is just to grow and form as many active communities on our platform as possible. So questions, I'll be around. Please ask me anything. Please tell me where we're wrong or right. In the meantime, please visit our site at rinkeby.peepsdao.com. Break our shit. Let me know how it breaks, and we will forever be grateful to you. So, thank you guys.
Hey everybody, taking the stage we have Joe Torstensen from 3Blocks. Is it working? Yeah, that was it. No, it should.
Okay, good luck. Huh? Good luck.
Thanks. Huh. Hello. Cool. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Joel, and I'm a co-founder of 3Blocks. And today, I'm going to give you some thoughts on the role of off-chain data in DAOs. If this monitor keeps working. All right. So I'm going to start with a little bit of a personal story. So when I grew up, I got into computers pretty early. And I'm not sure why this is weird. Let's hope it works. So I got into computers pretty early, and when we got internet and I got online, I got involved in a bunch of communities, and you started contributing to these communities. And when I was around 10 years old, my parents got divorced, and one of the problems that came with that was that I had a computer at my dad's place and a computer at my mom's place, and these didn't have the same software, and I couldn't keep working on the projects I was working on when I got to the other place. So I was trying to figure out how to solve that, and ended up finding this software that allowed me to kind of bring a custom start menu to Windows and have all of the programs that I needed and bring all of the data with me along way to whichever computer I got to. And that was pretty neat. And that also eventually led me down the road of open software or open source. But yeah, that really was the first insight to me about like data portability. Let me try a different port. All right, let me know if that shuts off again. So why do we need portable data? Actually, let me try a different connector if it breaks again. Yeah, I think so. Let's see. So portable data. Why we want portable data is that we basically don't want to be locked into like a particular. Yeah, I'm gonna try this instead and see if it makes a difference.
Yeah, sure. Some technical issues. There's some processing issues with like, yeah, I hope this will work. Sorry.
Yeah, let's see. All right, and I also see like portable data as being like this relationship with portable applications and like kind of bringing your workspace with you. So kind of what I did with like bringing all of my software with me. And I think the ability for people to bring their own data to like their like everywhere allows them to be like more sovereign. Because like when you like do things, you often like look back at previous work that you've done and kind of iterate on that or like base new things on that. So how does this relate to DAOs and collaborative networks and all of that? Well, I think decision making that we're doing in DAOs is inherently like a social process, and in order to achieve, like get that social process going, we need to make DAOs the kind of meeting points of our communities and not have like our communities meet at one place and then go to the DAO to vote. And also like one thing we've noticed when like building 3Bucks is the contextual reputation really matters. So basically like the ability to see like the different people that you're interacting with and the members of the DAO to like get like a visual representation of like who they are is really important to like build trust in the community. And to do all of this, I think we need data portability. So in order to like go deeper into this, I'm gonna make the distinction of on-chain and off-chain data. On-chain data is basically anything that's accessible to the execution environment of a blockchain. And that data might be verified in some way, or it might just be random data that someone just put on the blockchain. And off-chain data is basically all of the other data. So that could be like user control data, or it could be data that's controlled by a company. And that data could be verified or maybe not verified. So I think there are like 3 phases of off-chain data, basically. And the first thing is just like analog data, like data that exists in the physical world. So that could be like the color of this rainbow thing, and like the number of air molecules in the air. And we don't really have that, it just like exists. And digitized data is just like taking that, so I know that that's blue, and I can put that into computer. And also like, so that's basically user input or like some sensor input, or like insights computations run on the user input. And then finally, the last phase of off-chain data is signed data. So basically, me as an individual have a key, or an organization has a key, sign the data to like make you able to verify that you can see that I've signed and like actually make a claim that that thing is blue. So how do we use data in DAOs? So the first thing is like voting, and voting on financial and non-financial proposals. It's pretty straightforward, and that's like an on-chain data. We can also like probably make automated actions based on activities in other smart contracts. And I'm sure there's like a few other things that DAOs use on-chain data for. But what can and what could DAOs use off-chain data for? Well, I think it's really important for me as like a member of a DAO to see who the other members are and like get a sense of their who they are and like what they've done in the past. So like be able to look at their history. And also like I think it's important that we can communicate amongst members. So like sending messages, sending encrypted chats between two people. And the last thing is like collaborating on different documents, or like it could be like project roadmaps or any type of other digital artifact. And here I think it's really important that we kind of have this data being signed, because that gives us more guarantees about like what's going on in the off-chain world. So I want to talk a little bit also about implicit reputation. So this is basically having reputation that's not on-chain. So basically reputation that is only exists subjectively in each individual. So we have like a really interesting example of this happened as we were building 3box and like the social profile system. Basically there was this team building a TCR, and there was this one address that kept downvoting a lot of things. So they thought first that this address was just like a malicious actor that just downvoted everything. But when they added like profiles and can actually see that like a contextual visual representation, they quickly saw that, oh, but this actor is also actually upvoting some things, and they saw that yeah, it's probably not like a malicious person. So that's kind of what I mean by implicit or soft reputation. And I think we can extend that. I think we can extend it to like look at a lot more history of like the interactions of individuals. And we should aggregate data across like multiple DAOs and multiple blockchains to like get a more solid view of like what a person has done in the past. And we could also create algorithms that create like a score, and that could also be like completely off-chain and based on the values of the DAO. And we don't need to like have all of these things to do reputation on-chain, because that has value, but like the social implicit reputation is also really powerful. Another thing where I think off-chain data could be like really useful to DAOs is basically helping new collaborators on board. And it could be like when you come to DAO, you can basically enter, and the DAO could give you recommendations based on your previous experience for like what tasks you can solve, or which work streams you should be integrated in, or like which people you should talk to like help the DAO with whatever project the DAO is doing. And we can also like give new members familiar experiences. So maybe in the DAO we could actually have the tools that like the user can bring the tools that they use to whatever they're doing, and like give the familiarity with like bringing in like their profiles or their the other data from other applications. And finally, we can like surface information as they like interact in the DAO and with the other users. Surface like information that's relevant to the user and relevant to the values of the DAO. And all of this like requires a lot of like data to like compute these insights, and it needs to happen off-chain. All right. So at 3box, we're building something called 380, and this is basically a data identity that we created, and basically allows you to connect to all of your data across multiple blockchains. So it's a decentralized identifier, which is a W3C standard. You can use it to sign and to encrypt data. And yeah, it's blockchain agnostic, based on IPFS. And we can link Ethereum addresses to this 380, and we could potentially also link other blockchain systems addresses to this 380. So you can get like a common data identity across all of the blockchains. And so we use this 380 in our 3box SDK, and all of the updates you make to your off-chain data is stored in a distributed database, and all of your updates are signed and verifiable by your by anyone that's looking at it can see that you have actually created this data. So this SDK allows you to store data with the users, send messages between users, and it stores data locally and backs it up to the 3-box network, and basically allows developers to build dApps without thinking about a backend. So if you want to learn more about this, check out these links. And thank you so much for listening.
All right, guys. Thanks, Joel. And in a little bit, we're going to have Wele Yu from the Streamer DAO. Or what's the name of the DAO? Streamer is the company, and the DAO is? He's going to tell you, though. 8 minutes.
Well, it's Linux, so I'm not sure if.
Okay, do you have a HDMI?
Yeah. Let's see.
We unfortunately had a lot of technical issues today, this morning, so I hope it will work.
Let's see. Extended view. Okay.
Your screen?
Yeah. Let me unified view.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay, good luck.
Perfect. Hey, John.
Do not touch your laptop a lot because some can be wrong with cables and disconnection.
Okay.
Just carefully.
Yeah.
Nice.
Um, Test, test. Okay. Hello, everyone. This is Wei from Streamer. In few minutes, I will be presenting the data union framework and in combination how that might work with a DAO rollout. So in 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Thank you. Test, test. Oh, nice. Too bad I don't have a click. I should draw my mouse. Okay. Okay, let's get started. Data unions and data DAO. Hello, everyone. My name is Wei Lei. I'm from the project called Streamer. We are building a decentralized peer-to-peer network layer, pub/sub method to allow for large data aggregation in real time in a decentralized fashion. So today I want to walk you through the data union framework that we're planning to roll out in the next quarter or coming quarter, and also how that might look like in combination to a DAO implementation on top of it. So this is the quick agenda. I want to go give a quick overview of our current state, and then how the streamer data union framework looks like, or what are the layers they are composed of, and also how a serverless DApp or app deployment on top of it is like. We have a few projects from the community that have been in progress that are quite interesting that I can give you an example of. And then in the end, I will show you a proposal of a data DAO, of a community developed app, a mobile app that we're trying to launch as an initial test, maybe one of the first data DAO being rolled out so far. And how the key part is how it can achieve self-sustainability on the long term. So the following angels, before going to the data unions or DAO part, the first question is why do we need it, right? Do we even need a different way of letting users share their data and more ethical ways to aggregate, and we, as alternative, we can all decide to shut down all our data sharing, just put up walls, but we all know that's a recipe for disaster in terms of innovation for the future. So I'm pretty optimistic about technology in general. So I guess I always start with the mentality that projects usually start with the best intentions, right? You have an issue, you have a problem that you want to solve, or overarching goal that you want to reach, and then you start tinkering. So Google in the early days, we can say it was a pretty good source of innovation and inspiration in many ways. It gave us, as a community, no small contributions, right? Ranging from the top left corner, you have the Chromium, which the Brave browser is actually built on top of it, and then you have, going right, you have on the top DeepMind that demonstrated the actual advancement of the AI. And you have Hadoop, which Google, started with their research for large-scale, distributed computing. And then you have Android, which, you can say was the only one that actually could break the monopoly of the iOS, Apple, whether you like it or not. And then Google Maps. That's my favorite because I realized actually, with Google Maps, you incentivize people to explore and be way more connected globally than you might expect. So that was a great contribution. But I was trying to summarize how the trend of those tech giants evolved over time. And I came up with this graph. And in the graph, you see like what is called the FANG, the top 5 tech companies in the U.S. Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, and Google. And then I was trying to summarize, like, how can you summarize in one graph the development or of these companies with all that happened in the latest years? So on the x-axis, you have the product of user space times the market cap, and then on the y-axis you have the ethical balance or measure. And I think it's not too far. It's not like a scientific research, but it's not too far to say the larger a platform grows and the more money they make, the less they care about users, focus ethical points whenever they make the decision. So, the trade-off is there, and we know what is happening with some of those companies. So, with that in mind, how the trend is going, the question is, can we do something differently? With all the tools that were developed, all the, a lot of, peer-to-peer solution technologies are not new. So, in addition to all the, blockchain, Ethereum, payment solutions, identity, can we do something better? And of course, we as streamer, everybody here hope so. So let's dig into it. But no one does simply build a data union. You don't just wake up one morning and say, let's build a data union. I mean, it's a little more complex and, a little more nuanced, I guess, than the initial thought might be. In order to achieve the first release or MVP of a data union that we have in mind, we actually needed the different layers of components to reach a reasonable, decentralized or user-centric focus approach. And the first one is a network. I think after a few decades, we came at least to agreement that if internet was a simple giant internet, a lot of the innovation would have stopped, and we wouldn't see what it would be today. No matter how we dislike it, it's still pretty decentralized in that sense, and semi-permissionless. So we need something like that. We need a neutral, decentralized infrastructure for the data transfer and the exchange, and that cannot come for sure from one of those big tech companies. We also need, once you have this transportation layer of the data and aggregation possibly, you need a discoverability mechanism, just how Google was able to help people discover information content easily across the globe. We need a mechanism to achieve the same thing with the data sets. And then, therefore, we need something like a marketplace. And last is we need a borderless payment solution. Meaning that from day one, we should not restrict our user base or the friction of cross-border payment, because it needs to be global by nature, by default. So going on the network side, Streamer network is pub/sub peer-to-peer messaging protocol that allows anyone to deploy applications to stream a push and aggregate very large amount of data sets. You could think about if you want to aggregate from few thousand to 100,000 to a million data points, right, from all the users, you cannot achieve it easily with a pure decentralized consensus protocol. So we have built a streamer network, which is an off-chain solution, pub/sub, that takes care of both the data transfer and exchange and aggregation, and also we are trying to roll out the storage. The idea of having a peer-to-peer decentralized, no one can control the data being pushed to it, so no one can take advantage or abuse it in that sense. And then, let's say you have a build application on top of the streamer marketplace, like a streamer network, and now you need someone to find that product, right? So we have released what is called a streamer marketplace, which is just one of many ways product owners or developers could publish their products to make it discoverable. The current implementation of the stream marketplace is meant in a way that no central entity needs to being checked, or at least like you don't need to integrate any of the existing centralized platforms for your payment. So it connects to the Ethereum for the payment solution settlement, and all the from data aggregation to data selling and to permission granting, everything is peer-to-peer. Everything can be decentralized. So a developer or application doesn't need to deploy any central server through this whole transition. Nothing stops, of course, because the marketplace and the network, they're decoupled. So nothing stops developers or someone interested in this field to deploy their own version of the marketplace, whether it's for like something more niche, something that meets higher decentralized criteria, like extent, or if they need to have like some KYC user agreement in terms of like the type of buyers they want to sell their data to, etc. But the key point of data union, or at least like one strong value proposition that we realized when we're doing some focus group study or user journey, was that the revenue sharing model was a very interesting future for users. Meaning that you as a application developer or a platform, you don't only aggregate data in a more user consent fashion, but you also allow users to join and participate in the revenue creation. Therefore, the marketplace actually allows you to push the revenue directly to a smart contract or any DAO, right? Address on Ethereum. In a way that it allows some certain logic to be set for how you want to split your revenue. Of course, we have implemented a solution to handle what is the common micropayment issue, because from the marketplace point, you might have like a buyer that comes in and says, I'm buying this subscription for this aggregate stream for like $1,000 a month. Very common traditional way of the data subscription. But on the other side, you might have like 100,000 users contributing to that stream. Now your question is like, every time they pay, how are you going to distribute? You can say, I'm going to wait until it reaches a certain amount, but that's extra friction you want to add to the whole decentralized, automated, frictionless, hopefully, flow of data in the payment ecosystem. As I mentioned, imagine like 100,000 or million users, right? That gets very complicated. As streamer, we roll out a solution, a micropayment solution, you can say, or payment side channel, or monoplasma, whatever you want to call it, called the monoplasma. We actually demoed this solution last year on stage at ETH Denver. And what we did with monoplasma is we took a generic plasma deployment design and removed every type of feature that we don't need in general for our specific use case. So we made a hyper-specific to this one-to-many payment distribution system. So it's very purpose, specific in this case for our, data union revenue sharing. We also made it in a way that simplified the transfer, so it's unidirectional. Members of the monoplasma cannot send a transaction to each other, because the whole goal is they will receive revenue share from the application and withdraw it, for their own use. So it's not like a payment system for peer-to-peer payment. And then like withdraw is the usual. We allow people to withdraw via proof of like Merkle tree root hash, the usual way. And we have the operator validators. But the interesting, I guess, simplification is in the exit strategy, which is instead of having the exit game, etc., we just impose a freeze period every time a new fund gets sent in, like distributed. So let's say a buyer comes in today, sends like $1,000, gets distributed to user, that $1,000 distributed among all users, let's say $1 per user. That dollar will not be available for withdrawal until like 2 days after, let's say 48 hours. But after those 2 days, users can withdraw at any given time, so they don't need to wait, like say, from the request of the withdrawal 7 days for the exit game, etc. for other things. And we have some operator validators to keep a balance on the scam, of course, side. And this is like the simplified flow where you have the operator that keeps track of all the distribution on the ledger counting of like how many tokens or revenue is assigned to each user on an off-chain, while the on-chain smart contract actually receives the payment. And whenever someone wants to withdraw that share, they will just send a proof on to the on-chain Monoplasma contract to withdraw. So now that we have walked through all the components of, let's say, of what is needed to create a data union, this is a quick recap of what is needed in a traditional sense of someone that wants to deploy a data union, like a data common aggregation and revenue sharing generation, right? You can see from the traditional, you will use like a traditional PubSub system. Payment, you will need a credit card, bank API, what is Stripe, PayPal, or like bank backend integration. And then you have to build, of course, your custom API to handle all the logic, member, payment distribution, withdrawal, etc. And then you have to host your own centralized server to take care of all the data aggregation, data, permission and granting, and how you do all the usual, Shaban. While on the components that we showed in a decentralized fashion, for the network side, you just fire and forget, meaning like whatever you publish on the streamer network is peer-to-peer and decentralized, so you don't need to care about the infrastructure. You as a publisher, you fire, and then the system, the brokers of the network will take care of who to send the data to the subscribers. For the payment, as I mentioned, we have Monoplasma or Ethereum. You have all other type of flavor of payment depending on the preference. And the APIs, of course, a streamer network API, smart contract, the usual. And then the buyer UI will be like the marketplace that I just showed. So one app developer or platform could actually deploy the whole data union in terms like use case without ever having to touch the server side. They won't need to own any infrastructure. They don't need to write any custom API to be maintained, etc. So jumping to more concrete case because we love what is tangible. Here's an example of actually app that was deployed on top of our stacks. More specifically, like the Monoplasma data union. And also our network. This application is called the Swash. It allows people to actually share anonymously their web browsing data, and they get rewarded in exchange with tokens. In this case, it's the data token from Streamer. So as you can see in this UI, Swash is a browser plugin, and that's available for both Firefox and the Chromium based. So it's Chrome, Brave, and the latest version of Edge, etc. This product has been actually developed by external community team, and they launched a beta testing like a few months ago to test out the functionality and the user experience. In this UI, you can see, for example, users have the ability to enable the modules of the data they would like to share. For example, search that tackles search engine like Google, DuckDuckGo. You can enable like surfing, Twitter, Amazon, etc. And what we mean by user-centric data ecosystem is when you give users the ability to set their preference. In terms of like privacy, but also like to what extent of the data that we're willing to share. And the Swash allows them to do that, by simply selecting the level of the preference. And if they select medium, then a lot of information might be hashed, or middle. If they select high, like the ID will be randomly rotated in a higher frequency. And this is an example of advanced feature where it allows like users to set text filter, mask, and also like logic. So for example, the data filter layer is actually even below the data privacy. So whatever filter you put will exclude all those content irregardless if you put like low privacy, because whatever you exclude in the filter is supersedes the privacy level. And the interesting thing is that this whole deployment is a client side. This means like Swash does not need to run a server from that side, and therefore users don't need to worry they are like having a side channel way of abusing the data or collecting the data or like doing like some sketchy things. And of course, they have an integrated wallet to allow users to withdraw whatever data they have earned on chain from the monoplasma. So you might wonder, what is the value proposition of enabling a user-centric approach like a Swash? Why go through the trouble of setting up your application, through a decentralized network, set up a payment distribution with like, blockchain system, and maintaining like, high privacy control. This is an example article that shows like, I'm not sure if you guys heard about JumpShot, is kind of data collection arm of the Avast antivirus security firm. So what they did was like through the Avast web browser plugin, or like whenever users install the antivirus in their mobile phone, they will collect the browsing data for this user, and then will package, aggregate, anonymize eventually, and then sell it to enterprises. And the interesting part is most of the Avast users didn't know about this side, let's say economic branch that Avast had to sell their data. So once it became public, actually Avast had to shut down the company because it was a huge scandal. So now the question is, that company was generating anywhere between $20 to $30 million a year in terms of like data revenue. Can we invent something or deploy something that's tackles the same value proposition of aggregating browsing data from users, but in a user-centric and opt-in manner, right? This graph outlines, let's say, the whole flow of what we mean by data union and all the logic, underlying logic. So users will actually leverage Swash to aggregate their data in a user-centric and kind of abuse-resistant way, because Swash simply pushes those aggregate data through the streamer network, so they don't own those data themselves. And then they will publish this aggregate data stream to the the streamer marketplace, where it can only be unlocked whenever someone, like a data buyer, comes in and pays, in this case, the crypto payment, right? So whenever the crypto payment is confirmed, the payment actually gets sent back to the like a smart contract that could be like a monoplasma smart contract for revenue distribution, or could be like another DAO or entity. So the whole flow could be like end-to-end, peer-to-peer decentralized, without the Swash entity as an app developer itself having like abusive power in terms of like data ownership or data insights. Now, as I mentioned earlier, my goal was to give you a quick overview of what a data union framework and an example of an app, serverless app, or like a DApp deployment look like with VS Wash. But also we want to see how we can push this whole notion of data common, data union that's community driven or community managed via another app that our community developers actually developed. And this app is called MyDM. The concept of this app is actually quite straightforward and simple. It's a mobile app that allows users to permit or grant the permission to share their app's usage data. And just like not the app content itself, but just like when you use it and how often you use the app. And so it's relatively privacy free in terms of like risk. But at the same time, this type of data is quite powerful, because you have a whole suite of companies, app developers that would like to know what are the app trends, usage, not just like what is the most downloaded, but what is the frequency, what are the hours a day that someone uses the app, what is the sequence, right? For example, if you are an app developer for like a payment, do you want to know, for example, like your app was used before or after another competitor, and if someone uses a competitor after you, doesn't mean like your app actually has some friction, so they're moving away, right? So this whole suite of insights are quite valuable, and the reason why we wanted to focus on a valuable data set is we need someone interested in buying that data set. So what has this one to do with data union plus DAO deployment? We wanted to deploy application with a very simple value proposition that doesn't have need to have DAO and baked in, or the whole story about governance, etc. We just want an app that users understands what is the scope, and the buyer side understand what is the value of the asset being generated. In this case, users share their data about app's usage, and the buyers get insights in an aggregate fashion. On the back end, at the same time, nothing stops us from distributing like a reputation token, right? You can do that without even having the DAO or the reputation token as the sole value proposition. Therefore, once you can verify that your app has a value by itself without the DAO, then you can make a very interesting experiments. For example, in our case, we want to try with rolling out the reputation token distribution in the background as they're using the app and earning the revenue share. And only after we reach a certain size in terms of adoption, we might be interested in rolling out small bite-sized experiments with, okay, what would you like to vote for this feature A or this feature B? What do you think about this roadmap? Or what do you think about if we donate certain data assets to a charity? Start small, and then you can roll out the educational onboarding process about government once everybody has a certain point of involvement in this whole app ecosystem. So the whole deal is users should come with because the app, the revenue sharing, and then the more ethical way, but should stay for the governance later on. So the DAO should be actually hidden at the beginning for our testing purpose. So this is an example of how this whole flow with the MyDM DAO will look like. Users actually will manage the DAO, but they don't know actually they have power to manage the DAO at the beginning. But on the long run, that will be the sole manager because they'll have the voting power that's earned through like usage of the app and time and involvement. And the DAO, through the DAO, they will elect and also grant the funds for all the different segments. So you have design development, business marketing, policy, and the operation. So that the users actually will be voting like who they want to have as the admins for each of those tracks through the reputation token they earn by using the app that they didn't even know they were earning on the early stage. And then each of those let's say departments can have the subgroups where they actually break down the specific more like detailed tasks. So one example why we were talking to DAOstack was for the high level admin election and the fund proposal. Well, we actually were thinking about using the Acme. Where for the subtask, when each department, once they have their fund approved or the milestones or project proposal approved, they can actually create their own subgroup of let's say contributors via a simpler UI like a colony, where just like a task driven contribution. And you might wonder how does this one give power to the user? Like what if the developer actually screws up or they wanna divert the resource of the data being aggregated, they wanna cheat the users, etc. So another power of this approach is like the aggregated data stream actually generates revenue that gets fueled back into the data DAO. And that's where the funding mechanism, the proposed election would come. And that's why the core value of having the data asset as valuable is so important in this experiment. Now, how can users prevent the application developer, for example, from controlling the environment instead of them? Because a stream, is a decentralized network, peer-to-peer, actually the aggregate stream being pushed is actually owned by the entity that could be very well a DAO, which means like users can control a DAO that owns the asset of those aggregate data. So as revenue comes in, there's like revenue sharing, etc. But imagine if at point B in the future the developer wants to cheat and sends the revenue somewhere else, etc. Then the user can actually through the DAO cut off the permission to that specific app. Then say, okay, that app developer will not have actually permission to push data to the aggregate stream anymore, and they don't have a permission to actually fetch data from the stream in a way that actually the app becomes obsolete. And they can just move on to another app by electing a different admin. They can manage the development cycle, so they can just go through the whole flow again. So in this scenario, the developer is not the one in control, but they're just like the enabler of the upstream data stream. So that users can retain much of a control in the long run, in that sense. And this is what we want to test out with the MyDM app and the whole data union plus DAO flow. So that's it. This is the end of my presentation. Feel free to learn more about data union framework and some of the use cases. For example, Swash or MyDM that's going to be rolled out soon in the next quarter as a public beta. Feel free to follow us on Twitter, or if you want to reach out with any specific question, my Telegram Twitter handle is there. Thank you very much.
Guys, I want to welcome to the stage the crew from D.org to talk about OpenRaise. Where is it? Where's your guys? Ah. I actually forgot to update here the names. It's Matt and Tom and John. Okay. Tom and John from D.org to explain OpenRaise to us.
They told me that this is the bond curve that would work, huh? Yeah, that's the word on the street, man. Okay, let's go to arrangements, not mirror displays. Yeah, we put this on the other one. Alright, so let me... That's good enough. How do we go?
Full screen. Yeah. So, and you see your notes?
No, I don't. I need to see my notes now. I'll just present it now.
Maybe you should like switch parameters at your laptop that you did previously.
Oh man.
Before.
Yeah, it did work before. Okay, how many minutes? There's a brave browser here. Alright, I'm just going to disable this brave browser. Okay, there we go. So this is not going to be in full screen mode. We're going to just maximize it. We're going to present. We're going to... Alright, well I guess I'll just do my notes myself. So
D.org.
Sorry, man. We're professionals, we say. Alright, so now we have it ready. Put that in.
So maybe just try previous stat.
Yeah, this will be fine. All right, so what's up? Yeah. All right. Hey everyone, I'm Thomas from DORG, and this is John from Level K, and we're here to talk about OpenRaise, which is a collaborative effort to build an open source toolkit for the next generation of accountable and sustainable fundraising for DAOs and other decentralized organizations. So many see the potential of blockchain and Ethereum in particular to reshape capital formation and to improve the alignment of incentives across participants and communities. The ICO craze demonstrated a need for accountability and for more robust value propositions for tokens for organizations, and this gave rise to a bunch of new ideas within the community, such as DICOs, continuous organizations, and bonding curves. And at OpenRaise, we have been inspired by these ideas to build a toolkit for decentralized organizations to fundraise with. So today I'm going to focus on our version of continuous organizations, and a fundamental aspect of this is the bonding curve, which in this context is an automated market maker for an organization's tokens. And these organization tokens offer rights to dividends on revenue of the organization. And so investors send in the collateral currency and receive the bonded tokens in return. And the price is algorithmically determined by the outstanding demand. So as more people buy in, the price per token increases, and the vice versa for sales. And token holders can sell their tokens at any time, so they have a guarantee of liquidity as well as exposure to the future upside of the organization through this mechanic. And the continuous organization adds a wrinkle to this process to enable the fundraising aspect. So there is a spread between the buy and the sell curve here, and this difference, this spread, is sent to the organization's treasury as the fundraising mechanic. And so as a more concrete example, I'm going to hand things over to John to talk about the DX DAO's use case for fundraising.
Hi, I'm John from Level K, and DX DAO will be the first organization to use OpenRaise, so we wanted to introduce it a bit and talk about it briefly. DX DAO is built on the DAO Stack framework. It was launched last summer after a month-long staking period, which allocated reputation to 401 different addresses. So there's no way to know for sure if those are each individually associated with a person, but I think the really cool thing about this is that that's relatively decentralized. We have an organization with 401 members that, using the DAO Stack platform, can make decisions in a pretty flexible, scalable way, and so that's great. I'd like to see it be more decentralized, so I think everyone should check out the DX DAO and see how they could get involved. But so what does the DX DAO do? It actually has control of the Dutch X exchange protocol, which is a decentralized exchange using a Dutch auction mechanism. Unfortunately, nobody really uses this right now. So the community is not content with that, and the DX DAO community wants to build new systems that it can deploy and eventually make money from. So a couple of things that the community is talking about right now. One is a prediction market platform called Omen that is being developed by Protofire down in Argentina. The DX DAO could potentially host front ends for this platform or be an arbitrator when there's disputes from the oracles for the prediction markets. Another idea that's being discussed in the recent community calls on the DX DAO is creating a dashboard for DeFi. So this would be a site that you could go to hosted on IPFS, which would allow you to do things like mix your Ether with Tornado Cash, deposit into Compound, and do all this on a site that's hosted in a decentralized way on IPFS, resolving to ENS, and managed and controlled by the DX DAO, which I think would be truly unique in DeFi, which I think if you take an honest look at it is not truly decentralized. I think most of the protocols are controlled in a centralized manner by a company or a group that's just a few individuals. And so I think what's unique about the DX DAO is it's, in my mind, the best attempt to control DeFi in a truly decentralized way. And But in order to achieve these things, the DX DAO needs money, right? It needs to raise capital. So that's why that's where OpenRaise comes in. And back in the fall, the DX DAO commissioned Level K and Deorg to build the front end and the smart contracts to launch its fundraising. We're now live on Kovan, and if anybody's interested, we're happy to show you and get people testing it. So with that, I'll hand it back to Thomas.
All right, thanks. So I'll briefly talk about the mechanic by which dividends revenue is distributed amongst the token holders. So what the organization does is spins up these rewards wallets, which automatically funnel a portion of payments to the token holders in a pro rata basis. And this is totally on-chain, scalable, and allows for the transfers of tokens freely, just like any other ERC20 that you would expect. For other currencies, what we can do is configure rewards wallets to automatically trade the incoming token via DEX into the reserve currency and be distributed to the token holders. So this enables to automate, we live in a multi-currency world on Ethereum, so we want to be able to support as many things as possible. So as part of the OpenRaise platform, we're building a white label dApp for interacting with fundraising campaigns, claiming dividends, and administering campaigns for the DAO. And so organizations could spin up their own branded version of this site. A quick note on upgradability. This is still a very young and fast-moving space, so we expect that on-chain organizations will want to adapt to innovations that are coming forward. To that end, all of our smart contracts are optionally upgradable using the Open Zeppelin proxy pattern. However, if an organization is interested in a more trustless code as laws approach, we welcome that as well. It's a simple configuration option to make that happen. So here's where we are with the project. We're gearing up for the initial release of the continuous organization module. And we'll be working on DAO support this weekend, actually, hopefully come up with an alpha version of that. And auditing talks are in discussion. That's kind of the main final piece that needs to come together before we can release. So you all in this room are innovators in the DAO space, and we'd love to hear your feedback and what you'd like to see regarding the next generation of fundraising for DAOs and decentralized organizations. And this is probably a good place to get started. This is our Gitcoin page, grants page. And you can also reach out to either of our organizations on Twitter at the handles shown here. So I think that's it. Thanks, everybody. Yeah. I think we have time for questions if there are any. Not sure. Just Jordan. DAOs.
What other future modules are you planning for in this raising toolkit?
The main thing we're working on right now is just the classic DAO vision support. However, we also have a modular way to interact with the different bonding curve logic mechanisms. So we could potentially expand those options depending on what people are interested in regarding the actual function of the curve itself. We've recently added a pre-mint functionality as well as something called a milestone cap, where you can cap the bonding curve at a certain level of revenue before optionally enabling it. We have pausing and resuming. So yeah, thanks. All right, thanks everybody. Breathe into the microphone.
Up next, we have Matan Field, CEO of DAOstack, and we have extra 10 minutes for Matan because this talk was over sooner, so we get more questions, I guess. But Matan, you have to save the meat for 10 minutes from now, so. Do you wanna start now? Yeah, let's do it. Woo! It's okay, just hang out. Have fun. How are you doing? Good to see you. Let's get this guy in. Is that the old-timey one? Yes, yeah. My favorite. Let's get this guy. All right, guys, you can have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to ask Matan all the questions you've been waiting for 5 years now. That's it. It's working. Set up.
Okay. We'll wait.
You're cold?
Hmm?
You're cold?
I'm very cold. I just put like 2 sweaters.
That's Jason, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I met him in Japan.
In Japan, yes. But he has done a lot since Japan.
Yeah.
He
He's
has
really
done-
got into it really.
He has done a lot.
How are you doing?
I'm bad. Yeah, we're empty, I guess.
Yeah. Everyone was still coming in. That's fine.
Who knows, after lunch. It was very stressful. It was arrogant of me to think that I could do this without it alone. But it was.
It works. It totally works.
Well, there was a price. There was a price to my sanity. But I mean, I look like I'm healthy. Everything's okay. The talks are good.
Yeah.
The schedule is
it looks good.
When I see.
Yeah, we can wait.
Not to worry. All right, everybody. If you're curious about what's the next move coming from DAOstack, you should find a seat now. With you all, Matan Field, CEO of DAOstack, on collaborative networks. Thank you.
That works? Yep. Okay. So this talk today is a little bit different, speaking a little bit about the future, where we're going. So let's see. Let's start with, there is not such a huge audience, but let's do a vote, a survey nevertheless. Who thinks, please raise your hand if you think that capitalism is just perfect as it is implemented right now. Nothing needs to change. Let's just go on with it as is. Please raise your hand. Okay. Who thinks that something needs to be changed? We need to fine-tune what that something is, but something needs to be improved in the economy of today. Raise your hand if you think like that. Okay. Great. So I'll tell you what I think about capitalism. So firstly, capitalism is so simple and yet so effective. It's just an amazing coordination mechanism that any child can understand. There are people, and there is this thing called money, and people are willing to pay that money for goods. And goods can be product, can be services, anything which is good. Now this creates a business opportunity from which emerge new ventures which offer that goods. And then there are two outcomes. One is that constantly good things happen, right? And the other, those who are involved in those ventures make money, make profit, and they can use that profit to purchase yet another goods, right? So a perfect cycle. Perfect cycle, but the presentation, okay, now it's okay. So simple and so effective, constantly producing good stuff, right? Now, if you look at the benefit distribution, the typical benefit distribution of this kind of cycle, it usually would look like that. There will be few very large beneficiaries where benefit is anything. It can be benefit in terms of money, but it can also be any other benefit or incentives or interest. So there will be very few people with very large interest in the venture, in the cycle, and many, many, many with very little interest in the cycle, right? Now, in fact, there are sometimes also negative beneficiaries. Like if you build a very tall building, you're blocking my view, I'm harmed by this venture, so there's also negative beneficiaries. But even if we ignore the negative ones, still that will be a typical chart. Now, this makes a lot of sense, right? Because those who are the very large beneficiaries, they placed most of the stake, they took most of the risk, and placed most of the effort in this venture. So it makes a lot of sense that they get most of the reward, and it's also a good thing because it's incentivized people for taking risk, placing stake, and making effort, which is good. So I'm not going to talk about the artifacts, about the problems of this distribution, which is great for many reasons, but it also has problems, and I will not talk about this. Is a topic for another talk. But even if it was just perfect, if this is just great, there are other distributions as well. So there are more democratic benefit distribution. There are many causes from which everyone benefit a little bit, right? So you can think of many such causes. And we don't see them so often in the economy. And it's very clear why not, right? Because nobody's incentivized to pull them off. And for that, we've invented structure. So states, we call this distribution, we call them public goods. And we invented states and municipalities and NGOs, and they're supposed to take care of these kind of like democratic benefit distributions. But unfortunately, I think we will all agree that they are not as effective as the free market creatures, as the ventures coming up from the free market. And because of that, there is a natural rig towards centralized benefit distribution with respect to democratic benefit distribution. So there is a natural rig. If we can just fix that rig, the whole economy will shift with that. But what does it mean? How can we fix it? So if nobody is the big contributor and also big beneficiary, the only way to fix it is if everyone are slightly benefiting, but also everyone slightly contributing. So we need that. And what's the problem? You can guess. The problem is that if everyone are slightly contributing, we need large degree of coordination. So we need a lot of coordination, or in other words, we need to reduce coordination costs very, very low. So really what we are missing is the coordination tools for the commons to aggregate a lot of small contributions into a meaningful action, and then we're going to see much, much more democratic benefit distribution, and I think this would cure basically everything else in the economy. So this is exactly what I want to present to you, such a tool, and let me try to make it via an example. So Daniel, he just graduated from bachelor's. It's summer. He always, from childhood, he dreamt about the jungles and to reach the roots of the Amazon. So he saves some money, buys a one-way ticket, and gets on a plane. In Lima, Peru, he finds a tourist guide that takes him into the primary jungle. The primary jungle is where the trees, the forest, was never been cut before. And deep in there, in the forest, he has such a special moment, an intimacy of nature that he has never experienced before. So at that moment, he decides, okay, I'm going to dedicate my life to protect the Amazon rainforest. Coming back to Lima, back at the hostel, he thinks to himself, okay, if I could just raise enough funds to own the whole thing, that will fix it. And surely people have thought about it before, right? So he enters Facebook, he opens Facebook, he looks for groups that save the Amazon, he finds 4 different groups, 4 different Save the Amazon Rainforest groups, he joins them all, and in there he sees thousands of people that are sharing the same passion that he has. They're all coming there, they have lively discussions, all sort of interesting ideas. But unfortunately, neither of them triggers a meaningful action. So frustrated with that, he sends a message to his friend, sharing his idea, and his friend tells him that there's this new app called Common that does just that. Help movements self-organize and fund and pursue shared causes. So he downloads Common, opens the app, and there he starts browsing. He finds out about a 25,000 member movement to free Hong Kong that just raised $1 million. He finds about Vegan Tel Aviv, which drives awareness of vegan restaurants in Tel Aviv. They just raised $17,000, about 1,000 people. And he runs to this amazing worldwide event network called DAOFest, which is now a global movement. Yes. Thanks to you guys, basically. So he checks inside Vegan Tel Aviv. He tries to understand what kind of actions can this network achieve. So he runs through this proposal by Amanda that is proposing to allow all restaurants in Tel Aviv that have more than 10 vegan dishes on their menu to publish ads freely on this group homepage. Quite powerful. Then he runs another proposal. He sees another proposal to run Facebook campaign to raise awareness of this network and grow it, and another one to fund a vegan night by a famous chef in another non-vegan famous restaurant. So quickly he started to develop his own appetite. And then in just 3 minutes, he can open his own network. He calls it the Amazon Network, and he really likes the slogan that he chose, saying, if you want to save the Amazon, own it. So he chooses $10 to be the minimal donation membership fee, and he also places $5,000 to be the first funding goal, after which using the funds is possible. And then the last thing he can do is either making a proposal, but it's still empty, or just share with friends and bring more people. So before going to sleep, he shares a link to this network, this new Amazon network, through all of the Facebook groups that he entered before, and then he goes to sleep. Early thing in the morning, out of those thousands of members, he finds out that 97 members just joined the Amazon network, and we've just raised our first $1,000 for this cause. Now, one of them was Jake. So Jake opened the app. He has this big button, request to join. He just clicks it, and he sends a proposal to be added as a member, quickly get approved, and he's a member, and the funds goes into the DAO, if you wish, or collaborative network, or the common. Now that's really great because Jake has a very successful blog post. He has over 3,000 followers, and at the same time, he go to write a quick blog post about this new tool, about Common, and particularly about the Amazon network. And a few hours later, there's 624 members in the Amazon network. And now the fun begins because now we just reached the $5,000 funding goal and we can start using those funds. And it's just about time because one of Jake's followers is Michelle, and Michelle has a marketing agency, so she offers to fund $200 a Facebook campaign she'll run. She doesn't ask for a pay for herself, just the net cost. Daniel really excited about that. He's upvoting this proposal, and a few hours later, he discovers in his feed that the proposal got approved, so he's happy about that. And then, fast forward, more Facebook campaigns, more Twitter campaigns, 2 articles in the New York Times, and a few weeks later, Daniel finds out that he just got to 64,000 members and about $1 million in funding, where also at the same time, the first proposal to start purchasing lands to fight deforestation is proposed. And so on and so forth. 3 months after Daniel posts a post in the app to describe all of the achievements of this DAO, and particularly purchasing significant portion of the Amazon in Peru, Bolivia, and Brazil. And all this has started just with Daniel's journey to the Amazon, the passion that he discovered in that moment, but also the ability to connect that passion with the passion of many thousands others via a very, very simple tool for coordination to give back powers to the commons. Now, this is just one example, and this is the time where you need to start really imagining. It could be organizing local festivals or event networks such as FestDAO. It could be for political or municipality campaigns and lobbying. It could be fighting corporates with local environmental injustices. It could be planting a forest or founding a park. You can organize in large purchasing groups to bend the market and have more power for the commons, such as, purchasing groups of mortgage. You can grow awareness for a cause, for a brand, do marketing, urban projects with the city, education or content networks, and really whatnot. The things shared to all this, so of course we are here in DAOFest, and collaborative networks or commons are just a version of DAOs. They are DAOs, but what's common to them is that they are simple. They are simple to engage with. The kind of actions they make are simple. There's little interdependence between those actions. It's very easy to engage with it. Secondly, they are very large scale. It's not about a few tens of people, it's about hundreds and thousands. And in fact, it could also get to millions. There is really no limit to the size of those networks. 3, they are mainstream. They are not oriented at a particular niche market or professional audience. They are for everyone, because everyone has a cause they would like to drive forward with others that share the same cause. And finally, they are social, because movement, they do have purpose, but they're also largely social, being part of something bigger than me and connecting people. Now, in fact, this story about Daniel is based on a real story. This is Noni, a good friend of mine. About 15 years ago, had the exact same moment in the primary jungle where he decided to dedicate his life to save the Amazon rainforest. And so he did. Over a decade, he developed an ecological movement in Costa Rica, reaching out to education and educating more than 100,000 kids in Costa Rica. But there are not so many Nonis in the world. He decided to dedicate his life to that, and the cost that he took on his own was amazing, was huge, and also took them more than a decade. Whereas Daniel was able to achieve the same level of impact, and even more, with just the 3 months, with a very simple tool that all it does is just connecting the passion and the benefit of everyone, and basically bringing back the powers to the commons. Thank you. Probably we have some more time for a couple of questions, if there are so.
Any questions?
In the example you gave, who's purchasing the land in the Amazon?
So I guess, I mean, it is exactly the experiment that you're running. The idea is that each such common, not each, but if a common would like to, it could have a physical NGO in the world that is programmed by law to follow decision of the common on the blockchain. So this NGO would really own the land, but it will have to go after the decisions made in the common. By the way, just quick remark, I think it's still an open question whether we would need to have one NGO for each common, or maybe we can have one NGO for the platform to really, because it's really programmable, right? It's just a bot, basically. It's a law bot, so we can just have one that follows all of them. More questions, if there are.
Thank you, Matan. Where can I download the Common app?
Firstly, yes, in the future. So those of you who are involved in this, maybe they recognize Common as Alchemy, what we used to call Alchemy Mars. We had the understanding that there is actually room for Alchemy Mars and Alchemy Earth as different kind of creatures, one which is very horizontal and modular, really a platform for wide experimentations, and one which is very vertical, a really narrowed product for endpoint users. So this is now in development. Actually, development is starting. I mean, we're basing the code on Alchemy as it is. The design, as you can see, is already fairly completed, or 80%, and the development is starting next week. We have the lead developer right here. Yeah, so I'm too afraid to say when, because Yele is here. If he wasn't here, I would say when, but I'm afraid to say it. But soon, pretty soon.
Any other questions? Oh, hello.
Nathan.
Mr. Schneider.
Thank you, Matan. I'm curious to know, based on the experiments that you've been running and the community that's already using this, what kind of unexpected lessons have you learned from putting these tools in the wild? How has this story that you just told us changed since, for instance, last ETH Denver, in terms of how you see this tool coming into use and coming into people's lives?
This is really, really great question. So, and in fact, this is the result of those experiments. So, number one, simplicity. If you're trying to produce a decentralized space agency, I'm telling you, we don't have yet the tools for that, okay? It requires much more intricate governance system that we don't have. For example, the DAO needs to understand to take decision A based on the outcome of decision B. Right now, we don't have that kind of tools, okay? So we're looking for use cases which are dead simple in the sense that, you know, if you did the Facebook campaign here, is very little dependency on this Twitter campaign over there, okay? That's one example. Another example is coherence. Again, kind of simplicity. But if you have a DAO which very wide range of scope, it's very hard to orient the DAO to what's the agenda, what needs to happen. How can I think when we ran Genesis for a couple of years, we've met a lot of people that really wanted to engage. I think they sincerely wanted to engage, and only maybe 10% of them, or maybe 20% of them did engage. And I think the reason, the actual reason, was that those people who entered the platform simply did not know how to engage, did not know what to propose, how can I do something, and so on and so forth. So the idea, again, is to generate a use case where the engagement vector is very, very, very clear. And it's also, from the beginning, agreed upon from the beginning and can be changed over time, but it's constantly, there is constant visible social consensus. So these are two examples, but there are more. But all around simplicity, I think.
Let me see if this is working. Yes, it is. Any other questions? Scratch your heads a little bit. We got 7 minutes. It's a good moment to ask some questions. No? Do you have any questions for the audience, Matan?
Yeah. Who of you guys thinks that you would use common? Or who has causes they would start to pull off? By the way, I just had an interesting discussion yesterday where someone told me, let's try to already investigate it with NGOs if they would use commons. And my answer is that I don't think NGOs are the immediate customers of this. Just as a tool for decentralized governance of a company, real-world companies are not the first, because they will not be the first to adopt it. Rather, crazy crypto startups that are willing to experiment. Likewise, NGOs, existing NGOs, they already have it working. They don't need to. They don't have enough incentive to adopt it. Who is the customer? All those of us who are not nonis, who are not willing to dedicate their life, but honestly have 20 different causes I would pull off in 1 or 2 days of effort. So these are the customers. So my question to you, if you have your causes you can think of, in fact, I would really like to make a brainstorm and list hundreds of causes we would already experiment with in the next few months.
We have another question here in the audience real quick.
Yeah, to answer your question, Hamilton, the cause that I'm working on, I'm advising a team that's used to be called Hurricane Guard. Now it's called Raincoat. It builds hurricane insurance for the first market in Puerto Rico, and they have leads for distribution in Jamaica, in Florida. And one idea that I got inspired from your talk is to launch a campaign where the funds collected will be used to buy insurance coverage, where every single Puerto Rican will be eligible, and how many, let's say, if there is, let's say, 5,000 people get to claim a payout, right, within, let's say, 5 days of the hurricane, right, then whatever the payout that has been collected, just like in a pull together idea, right?
Yeah.
So, and make eligibility for every single resident. So there is no exclusions. The premiums are paid for, right, by those who donate. And that makes it completely new and unique. Now you can say every Puerto Rican is covered, right?
Yeah.
Just the question is how much the payout will be, right? But if you get it for free, it doesn't matter. And what's interesting is that when the funds that are raised, when they're used to buy the premium, you obtain extremely high leverage. Let's say for $1 million collected, but effectively to protect every single Puerto Rican from a Category 5 hurricane and give them a $500 payout, you just need $7 million in funds. And the reason why is that it's just $7 million, right? If you divide 7 million by whatever, 2 million, it's only like $2-3 per person, right? Where do $500 come from, right? They come from the extreme leverage that insurance offers, right? So the multiple for Category 5 is about 30x. So for every million, you will get a payout of 30. So these kind of new ideas could be now implemented, and what's interesting is that the funds collected, if let's say there is no reinsurance, no leverage, you can still utilize the pull together idea, right? And the funds would earn yield. The question I have for you is how would you compare the various on-chain governance frameworks and their kind of key differences, what they're good for, what they're not good for, and either a guide of some sort to kind of like help select the governance framework, because in my other project in DeFi insurance, we're currently looking into various models, right? From using a fork of Molog DAO to like basically we need a guide of some sort. But what's your take on the difference as far as both evolution features and what you get and what you don't when it comes to different governance frameworks?
Yeah, well, it's really hard question, and it would be a very long answer. I think even a whole talk will not suffice.
Yeah, it sounds like you guys need to schedule a meeting.
Yes,
Maybe
totally.
we have a better user
but
for.
I would just say that there are two approaches here. I will not answer the question, but I will tell you there are two approaches. One approach is the one that we've taken so far, which is to put up a generic framework on which people can experiment with governance systems, and this is the DAO stack. Whereas his approach is to not burden the user at all about that. He doesn't know anything about governance. He's just participating. It's as easy as participating in Facebook. And we choose from him one governance system, and we can change and explore. And later on, advanced user will be able to choose different governance system for different use cases. But we want to start very, very simple. So it's not the answer to your question, but something about related.
I just want to say that I'm really looking forward to use Commons. My cause, okay, is that, because I'm on a deadline. I only have 48 years left to achieve my goal, which is I want to achieve 100% renewable energy for the entire world. That's my goal. That's what I set out 2 years ago to do. So I'm just looking forward, okay, to basically use Commons.
Thanks for sharing. Yes.
For the funders of the campaign, if they're dissatisfied with what's going on, is there any option to be able to pull out?
Really good question. So you all know the code name Rage Quit. I'm not sure if it's the right name for that, but yes, one option is to have some variation of Rage Quit. Actually, there are multiple variations of that, and very likely one of them will start with one of them implementing that system. And again, in the future, you might be able to configure your own Rage Quit mechanism. That's a good point. But just I want to say one comment on that. I think Rage Quit makes the threshold to activation of funding, donating, like lower dramatically when we see that. But I also want to say that when we are talking about like a $10 donation, the importance of it is a bit less or much less than if I'm donating $10,000. So that's why I don't think it's a critical component, but I think it's a very good one.
All right, guys.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's lunchtime. See you back
Let's
here
go
at
get lunch.
1:40. Thank you, Matan Field, for your talk and for sharing the common with us.
Check. Hello. Thanks, John. Hey, everybody on the first floor, I just want to let everybody know that the second half of Sustain Web3, which is the event happening upstairs, different from DAOFest, same vibe, same good people, is starting in like 10 minutes. Schedule's on our Twitter if you guys want to check it out. Thanks. Thanks, Matt.
Hello. Hi, everybody. We're about to get started with more presentations on this stage for DAOFest. So if you're interested in hearing a little bit about Loopring and the DX DAO, Matthew Finestone's going to be talking in just a few minutes. If you want to come sit down in some of these chairs, you can even sneak into the VIP couches, but don't tell anyone I said that. See you in a few minutes. If you have HDMI, this goes right to HDMI. This might be an adapter for it. Yeah, and that's the adapter.
I guess I could just use
Might just
HDMI.
have
Yeah, I do. Here.
Right side maybe?
Yeah. All right, buddy.
Okay, you got it. You might need to like click present for it.
Oh, true.
And if not, then I don't know what's going on. Where is the...
Oh. Is this recorded?
I think so, yeah.
Oh. Oh, I should take off my sweater. Okay. Okay. Hi there.
Nobody here. Yeah, there's nobody here. We gotta like drum up some activity. I don't know how to do this. Cool. Excuse me if we're about to restart talks again. If you're really interested in Create 2, opcodes, anything that has to do with Create 2 and smart contracts and deployment, it's going to be in that stage over there. Yes, if that's fascinating, come listen. Thank you.
And over here, there's a talk as well. Okay, so my name is Matthew Finestone, and I'll be talking about the DX DAO today, which is one of the largest and most active DAOs these days. Yeah, we'll learn a bit about its history and, more importantly, what is on the horizon. I don't know how to speak with one of these. Okay, so the DX DAO is a decentralized organization for the community governance of software protocols. Could I switch to... Does this work? No? No? Hello? 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 Oh, hello? Okay. Yeah, thanks. So yeah, an organization for the community governance of software protocols, or the provision of other services that are too important to be left to other people. Certain things that we as a group want to govern. Its focus is, of course, Ethereum, and specifically DeFi infrastructure these days. And it was created by Gnosis on top of DAOstack. Gnosis created the DX DAO and then kind of bequeathed it to the community. So a more informal description is it's just a community with a bunch of interesting ideas, which is effectively every DAO these days. But ours is cool because we actually own certain things, certain assets and protocols and software on Ethereum and elsewhere, actually. So yeah, we own protocol, the Dutch X. That's why the DX DAO was incepted in the first place. We'll get to that in a second. We own certain front ends and interfaces hosted on IPFS and ENS. One of those is for the Dutch X itself, like the slow trade interface, and our own kind of web presence, DX DAO. And we also own and run a bunch of nodes, Ethereum nodes, Tornado Cash relays, and IPFS gateways. So the first thing to take away is that the DX DAO is kind of different because it owns things besides just like ETH or shares to fund things. We own kind of like the real stuff. So something that we've started to do is we take things over if we view that our decentralization adds value. And I don't necessarily mean take things over. It could happen in two ways. It could kind of be given to us by a project or a protocol, as Gnosis did with the Dutch X. They created the Dutch X and then gave it to this new little governance community so they could let it free. Or we can just do it ourselves. If we like something, right, that's the beauty of this whole space. We could, usually we could fork it, tweak it, or just keep it as is, but maybe preserve it in a bit of more of like a decentralized ring fence, so it could be more untouchable, let's say, and less human. So one of the initial goals, the broader goals, is just to balance sufficient decentralization of participation with the provision of meaningful control with regard to decision making and execution. That's just, a standard thing that we're talking about, like groups. You want decentralization, but also not so much like groupthink or slow movingness, just to be able to actually execute things. So just briefly, so you know who is talking to you about this, I work with Loopring. Loopring is a separate protocol. Loopring is a protocol for building scalable, non-custodial order book exchanges on Ethereum. And we do this using ZK rollups. We're actually the first live ZK rollup implementation on Ethereum. We launched in December, this Loopring version 3. And indeed, it is the most scalable, secure exchange protocol on Ethereum. If you guys are familiar with the virtues of ZK rollups, you know that we could maintain Ethereum level security guarantees while scaling tremendously. And I do business and operations stuff for Loopring. Just very briefly, just so it makes sense and why we're interested in all this, but so we build ZK rollup exchanges. You can see the stats from prior versions of Loopring and kind of where existing versions, designs currently live, a couple trades per second. We could do today, like on mainnet, on Ethereum, 2,000 transactions per second. So 1,000 more transactions without sacrificing any Ethereum guarantees. And you also see the corresponding gas cost reduction. The other side of the coin of high throughput is low cost. So yeah, if you want to learn more, you can check out those links at loopring.org to learn more about ZK rollups. Or I'll be talking about it tomorrow here at ETH Denver. So how did the DX DAO actually happen? I'm going to run through this kind of quick because some of you may already know about it. I gave a similar talk in Berlin. Some of this is definitely borrowed from there. So how did it happen? It was created, as I said, to own and govern the Dutch X. What is the Dutch X? The Dutch X was a protocol created by Gnosis, who many of you likely know, and it's a Dutch auction trading protocol. The benefits, very quickly, of a Dutch auction were it was front-running resistant. There was no like race conditions. It acted as a fair price feed. It could act as an oracle. It was good for initial price discovery in low liquidity situations. It's slippage resistant. I'm not going to get into the mechanics about like why all of this, but some of you may be very familiar with auctions anyways. And it could be truly decentralized because it's all on-chain, like Uniswap, like anything. There's no off-chain stuff. So that's what the Dutch X was. The potential disadvantage was it's slow and it's somewhat complicated. It's not just like click here, it's like an auction process, but it was a really beautiful trading protocol. And the Dutch X kind of, as I said, bequeathed it to the DX DAO so they could really let it be a decentralized thing, a phenomenon, let it run and not be shackled down. It removed the control layer. So it could be upgraded without kind of just a couple humans behind the scenes. Legal considerations, that's part of what I just said, is they didn't want to be like tie the success of the protocol down. And potentially the governors would also be champions of the protocol and bring users and be just very outward about it. So that was all good. A couple of the potential problems were apathy. If everyone's governing it, then like no one's governing it, right? It's who's making the decision without a couple leaders running the thing. That's the same thing, I guess, lack of actionability. And maybe a suboptimal reputation distribution. So, okay, why did we care? Because community governance of software protocols. We wanted to get involved in the DX DAO to govern this other trading protocol, which is ostensibly by a competitor or somebody we view as a peer, but somebody else building a similar trading protocol. And it could help with our own DAO in the future. And we also had an internal need for the Dutch X. So we said, hey, we're going to participate and get some reputation in this group. And I thought it was really cool. So I said to our team, let's participate. And how was the initial reputation, how was it laid out? it was as such. You could lock ERC20 tokens for it. You could lock ETH for reputation, your share in the system, I should add. You could register Magnolia, which you earned by trading on the DutchX. You could bid Gen tokens, DAOstacks token, and you could be a storyteller, kind of perpetuate the story and be rewarded. So I said, let's do this. You got 30 days to do all this. And one thing that the Gnosis teams and DAOstack teams wanted to really get across is they wanted to target people who would actually care. So you see like the logic behind these things. Why each thing? They're registering Magnolia because it was strong DutchX participants, then Ethereum people, other ERC20 people, and bidding Gen to raise products. So this was just the logic behind it. And the stats, it was quite successful. Maybe not as successful as everybody would have hoped, but there was 399 participants, almost $20 million were locked for that month to earn reputation. It was very cool. Some more stats. You see the biggest method of how people participated. But I'm going to kind of rush through this because we all want to get to the bigger part. One thing that happened interestingly, and this is kind of important to know for later, Loopring ended up with a large share of the reputation, but not willingly, actually. Like, the reputation was non-deterministic. We staked a bunch of stuff because we wanted to participate, but we didn't know how much else other people would participate. So our CEO was actually quite bold and staked a few $1 million here. Figured what's the worst that could happen? Gnosis is pretty safe. They secure billions of dollars worth of assets. They probably have this down. And so we ended up with a lot. And that's kind of what it looked like at the beginning. And okay, and who's in the DAO? It's a bunch of pseudonymous addresses. Okay, so that's it. That's all backstory. I want to get into like the meat of it now. So who's in? And this is just a picture of our first ever meetup. You might recognize some of these faces. So we have John from Level K and Deorg. We have Yuri in the back right there, who's been very involved. We have Thomas, who's been very involved. So this is just like our first time we ever met up. And I like to include, I realize I'm wearing the same shirt. That's embarrassing. But this is funny, and I'm repeating this joke from Berlin, but like, you see that that photo bomber in the back photobombed us, and we have a strong affinity for him now. He got in there perfectly. But okay, back to the present day. What has changed? And like kind of erase everything I just said because the DutchX has taken a back seat. For all its virtues and cool features, it hasn't really taken off. And yeah, that's that. Although I do believe it can be revived in a day when Ethereum is like really transacting tons of like dealer level, like traditional finance clearance type stuff. I think an auction protocol is good for that. But we have expanded our scope and ambition tremendously. And that's what I'm excited to talk to you about right now. So what we've been up to. We've been running some nodes, as I said. We don't just have like some tokens and some assets. We actually do some things. We run an Ethereum node. You see there DX DAO by YK. That's Yuri. We run an IPFS gateway. And we're doing these for free by using Avado, like RYO. I think it means run your own. And we also run a Tornado Cash relay. I just said we do everything for free. They say a 0.1% fee. I think they like mandate that. If you're going to use Avado to like coordinate you and group you, they might mandate that fee. But you see, like we've actually settled, or the DX DAO participant has facilitated 11 transactions. So we're running nodes, and I include this. We actually have two. We have two nodes in all the things I just showed you: Ethereum, IPFS, and Tornado Cash. We host front ends. This has become a big theme with us. Front ends are often, the very susceptible part of a stack, and they could mess with users. We want to manage the most critical ones in Ethereum and DeFi so they can never be taken down. And we do this on ENS and IPFS. And a lot of our discussion on the forums has centered around what we're doing with like our ENS domain name portfolio. And And besides the portfolio, how do we actually like work it at the technical level with the resolver, stuff like that. So people interested in ENS, there's definitely like a home for you in the DX DAO. And we plan on owning and hosting a lot of these. A huge thing, which some of you may have heard about earlier, is getting serious about like our fundraising future, because while we do have some assets in the protocol, in the DAO that the group manages, it's only maybe a couple $1,000s worth of Gen tokens back from the initial distribution. We are getting serious about our funding, and John from Level K and DORG, together doing the Open Raise project, have made a big stride, which I'll get to in 1 second. But how do we fund ourselves sustainably for all the cool things we're trying to do? Run these nodes, own these ENS things, and a lot of other things you'll see. We need to sustain ourselves. Yeah, so I just said this. So we have, and in the DAO stack kind of architecture, a DAO could mint its own token. We have the DXD token, which is about to be created. A testnet version of the bonding curve was deployed today or last night by the Open Raise guys. So the DXD token gives holders a claim on earnings of this DAO's endeavors. And indeed, this isn't just like, potential stuff. The DX DAO will earn fees. It's possible right now by virtue of the Dutch X. If somebody look, the Dutch X isn't being used right now, but in theory, if it was, trading fees would be going to the DX DAO. And the DXD is your claim on those profits. And you purchase it via bonding curve, which, as I said, was just constructed. Some of the money will go to the DX DAO treasury, so we could pay developers and contractors to build certain things. And some goes to the curve itself for like exit liquidity. And these parameters are generally up in the air. As you see here, we're talking about the bonding curve configuration and the pre-mint of DXD, which like the DX DAO will hold, so we could have our initial stack. So again, similar, I just said, if you're interested in ENS and IPFS, there's a home for you in the DX DAO. If you're interested in bonding curves or the economics behind it and how to like optimize the configuration, the slope, or the pre-mint, there's something for you to do here as well. And here is a real version. Well, this is the mock-up, but it was deployed today on Kovan and IPFS by Open Raise. You'll be able to buy the DXD token to participate in the DX DAO's future profits. So you buy it based on the curve, and as I said, you can actually claim rewards. Right now, the only thing is Dutch X there, but maybe you'll see there, the Tornado Cash Relay if we want to start putting that there. All of our future, or our fee for hosting the front ends, anything, we'll be able to claim it, and the DXD holders will be able to. So that's something very exciting for us, that the fundraising is becoming a reality right now. Another thing we're working on is actually kind of like our own project, which Thomas is taking the lead on, is this app, this DApp that's going to be, we're all familiar with like the integrated portals for DeFi these days, but we want to host one and own one at the real, untouchable level, hosted via our ENS and IPFS actions and how we're getting involved there, and just really not ever be able to be leaned on by any type of pressure at the interface level, by governments, by regulators. So here's, again, a mock-up. Here's the earn interest. Here's the portfolio view, and here you mix assets via Tornado Cash. So you see we're kind of like operating at the whole stack. And this will be released, I'm actually not sure when, but a couple of the DX DAOers are actively working on it. A new track, which is really exciting, and will come into play like rather imminently, is we've been getting into oracles. We said, hey, we're like a group of 401 people. Maybe people will trust us to provide some light on sensitive situations or price feeds or whatever we want to operate, whatever data someone wants to operate. So we've been discussing this, and wouldn't you know, honestly, a couple weeks after some of our most active members were discussing this, Gnosis re-entered the picture, because just so you know, after I said Gnosis created the DX DAO, they bequeathed the Dutch X trading protocol, and then they're like, all right, we're out, because by design, they don't want to be able to be leaned on, right? It was going to be as untouchable as Ethereum. But Gnosis re-enters with their new prediction market model called Omen, which some of you may have heard of, but likely not, I don't think, because it's really new and not released yet. But they're releasing their new prediction market model and product. It's like the back end, but also they're going to be operating it. And it combines the traditional prediction markets we know with the automated market making model. So this is really cool. Basically, prediction markets, who's going to win the Super Bowl, who's going to win that. If you don't have liquidity and people willing to provide, make markets immediately, it's rather widespread. It's not a fun user experience. Gnosis has their site product that did something like that. Of course, Augur does stuff like that. But hey, we all know how successful Uniswap was at saying the best solution is pooled liquidity, just a contract. Not peer-to-peer, but peer-to-contract, automated market making along a defined curve. And that's what Omen is. So the DX DAO, Gnosis has re-engaged with us to commission us or offer this opportunity. Does the DX DAO want to serve as the final decision for disputes that come out in these prediction markets should they reach such a high level of escalation? So, most of the time things should be black and white, who won the election, who blah, blah, blah. But if it's disputes and things are going to get hazy, you escalate it, right? You put a greater bond and a greater bond. Hey, I bet I'm right. And eventually, someone's going to be, okay, I want the DX DAO, who has, hopefully this nice reputation, is 400 people, has their longevity at stake, or like their trustworthiness. It's not like co-opted by any one group. We want them to be the final arbiter of what this outcome is on the Omen prediction market. So we will do that, almost certainly. It's very exciting to us. And we can earn fees by doing this. When someone says, okay, this dispute is too crazy, no one knows what the outcome is, we need to settle this $10 million worth of prediction market betting on it, DX DAO, we choose you to settle this. We could mandate a fee there for that service. So as I saw on the other interface on like the bonding curve, when you saw like claim fees from the Dutch X, we'll also claim fees from Omen, we'll claim fees from Tornado Cash, all these things. We can also provide liquidity to the market, like the Uniswap model. The one caveat being it's not as like laid back as Uniswap, where you just put it in, you're like, okay, you have your whole impermanent loss with Uniswap, but like as long as something doesn't go to zero, you're not like worried that you're going to lose your complete shirt. With Omen, because by design something either happens or it doesn't, right? Did this person win or lose? The person left holding the losing outcome tokens like are out of luck. They lose their they lose their money. So it's not it requires a bit of an active role, but something that is definitely going to be like a new business model in DeFi land. And here's some mock-ups from it. So you see, Will, could you see this? Is this? Oh damn. I'm sorry. Okay, it says like, I'm sorry about that. I see it here. It's weird. Will Donald Trump win in 2020? You collect your outcomes. It's the prediction markets, like we all know, except there's liquidity day one because it's automated market making. Blah, blah, yes, yes. And okay, and if needed, the DX DAO will resolve some disputes. Moving a bit quicker here, they're also releasing a different trading project, Diffusion, which is like a quicker batch auction, scaled using rollups also, more focused. DX DAO can also provide liquidity here. Basically, we're going to have our hands in a lot of different DeFi-related pots, being oracles, service providers, front-end providers, liquidity providers, all these things. Back to Loopring for a second, we also want to plug into the DX DAO to power certain parts of our protocol. There's certain things we need to decide how long could a proof be generated in, etc. So we want the DX DAO, this existing group of motivated, competent people, to be able to do that. And we can combine that with our own Loopring DAO, future DAO, or in theory, hand it over completely. So that's it. Also, again, for the decentralization barrier, we need the same way that they let Gnosis let go of Dutch X so it could fly and be not leaned on. We need that as well. We all do. If this whole space gets big enough, someone is going to come knocking. So like the decentralization barrier is nice. One little quirk, which is rather interesting, is like in Loopring's case, it doesn't live on chain. In fact, our whole design is to do as much as possible off chain. Prove it, like verifiable computation in zero knowledge. So that means like there's an off chain thing. We can't govern it purely on Ethereum. How do we do that with the DX DAO? But because it is off chain and more susceptible to maybe pressure, that's an opportunity for the DX DAO to run it the same way they're running the IPFS node, etc. So really, really exciting. And wrapping up very quickly, something else we want to do is improve the reputation distribution. So Loopring ended up with 10% of the distribution at the beginning. We recently slashed 2% of ours. We just wanted to help flatten it. Not worth getting into more things there. We still want to improve it. I'm not talking for Loopring here. The whole DX DAO wants to improve it. We want to, as you saw, it looked like about 10 stakeholders owned 50% of the stake. We want to really flatten that tremendously. So we still want to improve it. So really we're open to people telling us why they deserve some stake. That's exactly what we want to hear. We could also do some type of other mechanism that inflates reputation automatically. So if you don't do something, everyone, you are going to be diluted because everyone else is increasing. So that's an interesting thing. Okay, and finally, like the most interesting takeaways perhaps, our mission is becoming clear. The DX DAO could support infrastructure and services or products where we have an advantage, where that decentralization barrier is a benefit, or where you need some type of decentralized organization, whether it's like for protective measures or actually more like offensive measures. And as you see, we play at every level of the stack. We're running the nodes, we're owning a protocol, we're building a product, we're hosting the front ends, we're funding ourselves at the smart contract level and hosting that front end as well. So we're like, there's nothing that we won't touch, and already we've proven that right now. So we do believe that projects will seek our help as that defensive mechanism I said, but also as a source of users and kind of like natural growth. If there's a project that launches at ETH Denver this weekend that wants like 401 pretty interested, involved members, the DX DAO is a really nice place to say, hey guys, I built this, test it out, and maybe there's a way for you to get involved, govern it, host an alternative interface, etc. And as you saw, we will initiate our own projects as well, that little portal. Now very briefly, okay, the lessons learned. We've had, honestly, a very interesting past. We started hot out at the gate owning this Dutch X protocol, perhaps the first DAO to own such a complex, purely on-chain protocol. But look, we're all here for DAOs. DAOs is a fancy name for communities, and communities are people. We sort of entered this problem a bit after our creation, where we're all on like our weekly calls. No one's really using this or that, let's say, but we're all looking for somebody to take the lead and actually give us some momentum. So at the end of the day, any group of people, you still look to somebody to lead you. And that's something that we really learned, and I think we're overcoming literally right now. A lot of leaders have stepped up. As I said, John, Georg, Level K, Thomas, all these people have really stepped up. Apathy was almost, I'm not saying like we're thriving and there's no dangers anymore, but apathy is the danger. With 400 people, we're still looking at like 5 people to make decisions. There's just no getting around that. That's become crystal clear. And as you saw, we have just so many possibilities. Every week we're finding new things that we want to get involved with. The Dutch X is kind of on the back burner, and we're doing so many more things, so that's really exciting. And okay, the call to action, and I'm sorry for running a bit over here. We want more developers. All these projects I just mentioned, we need developers to build it. And I keep saying Level K and Georg because they're the ones that are building this bonding curve, this open raise thing. like they're doing it and we are going to pay them for it. We don't want to rely on just them though. They're great, but we don't want to rely on them. We want more developers. There's lots of work to do. There already is lots of work to do. You'll get paid for it and you'll be involved in this really nice community. We also want more participants, more regular people to drive the discourse. And you know, I'm not a developer. I hope that I add some value to just caring about the DX DAO and the projects that we do. So we want more participants. And here's the thing: it's such an opportunity to add value now. We're actually one of the largest DAOs. We're 400 people. I think that's the biggest one on DAO Stack. Sorry, after Kyber. Kyber's quite a bit bigger, but after that, 400 is by far the biggest and like maybe the most active. But it's still, again, half a dozen people that are driving this thing forward. So please get involved because you'll have an opportunity to make a difference. And okay, yeah, special thanks. As I said, I've said all these people. Thomas, he has a few pseudonyms. Corcus, Geronimo, depending which chat you see him on. Yuri, the Claros team has helped, and of course Gnosis and DAO Stack. Just a lot of people, helping driving it forward. And that is it, everybody. So please join us. We have this new Keybase team for the development focus side of it. Join our DAO talk. There's me, and there's our Telegram. So thank you guys very much. Am I allowed a question or comment if anybody has? How? You go there, and then you tell us your skills or your ideas, and we'll probably accept you. Okay. Thank you guys very much.
Hi. So John's going to be up next, talking about this very event that we're at, I believe. We should be able to get back on schedule here. Thanks for coming, everybody.
Yeah, no worries. What's up? It's my peeps. Shut up. My computer does not like the HDMI. There it goes. Wow, it worked actually. Okay. So I'm going to make this super quick because we're behind. And I'm going to do plenty of stuff this weekend. So who's not coming to ETH Denver? Nah, that's what I thought. Okay. So we're going to talk a little bit about being a self-sovereign worker. That's what we call it. It's sort of this new age digital person, right, that doesn't really want to get handcuffed to a desk and sell all my time and attention to one company. Does anybody know the recent stat about Zoomers, that's Gen Z, and how many of them are freelancing, like right now? Anybody? 53%. Okay, so think about that for a second. You got to think about the social dynamics of why. Well, it's simple. They don't want to work for your daddy's company. They want to have freedom and flexibility. So we're going to talk about this at some length. But before I do, if anybody can hear me, I'm actually going to give away a free Buffacorn t-shirt. But I need to have at least probably 15 more people hanging out before I do it. So recruit your friends. All right, well, welcome to ETH Denver. I'm the founder and executive steward of this whole crazy shenanigans. Shameless plug. Everybody get your badges? Did you get oriented on your game and all of that? Be paying attention. We're going to do a whole bunch of this. It's not officially all live yet today because this is sort of a transitional day for the event, but please participate. It's like a crazy experiment. Hopefully it works. So we'll see. We've had, how many collaborators did we have? Team 15 projects, something like that? Plus all the sponsors. I mean, it's the largest blockchain collaboration for a piece of live technology that I've ever seen. So it's pretty sick. So anyway, let's get just down to this. So 100 years ago, even 80 years ago, employment was really about safety and security. And the social contract that was formed with the Industrial Revolution was really about trust and mutuality, right? Like, you're going to come and put in your labor and time, and then we're going to give you a wage in retirement, and we're going to give you pensions and discounts on cars, Henry Ford style, right? So we standardized the work week. We took mortality rate from 10% in the steel factories down to pretty much negligible in the auto factories. And we modernized work, right? But now this modernized work has turned into something that's not really modernized anymore. It's actually, as the first stat that I mentioned, it's actually not modern work anymore. In fact, everything that's been architected legally and technologically was architected around the 40-hour work week, right? And the relationship being, I have an employer, and then I orbit around it, parent-child relationship, so there's by nature this hierarchical sort of thing going on, and it's imbalanced, okay? Now, fast forwarding to solutions, right? We have all this regulatory legislation that basically says that you have to, like, file these forms and pay these taxes and have these insurances and do all this other stuff. So we've created these legal frameworks that basically help us kind of navigate this. Professional employer organizations, okay, PEOs as they're called in the HR space, are essentially just legal outsourcing tools. They literally serve no purpose functionally for a business except compliance and procurement. So arbitraging costs as it relates to like healthcare and other things like that. So you've got the old school employment, which is really the old, so I'm just going to orbit around. Then you would include a third-party intermediary who's highly for-profit and trying to arbitrage these relationships and extract value. And then where we're headed is this sort of gig school, right? New school, old school, gig school, or this freelancer economy, this sort of like maybe called the Zoomer economy, right? I don't know what we want to call it, but the point is this high fluidity of work. But when you sit and look around, when you're an entrepreneur or a freelancer, and you're going, okay, where do I get health care? Wait, well, how do I get business insurance? What taxes do I need to pay? Like, oh, wait, I got paid in crypto. What is it that I do with that? Like, now, the short answer is, let's be honest, a lot of us aren't really doing those things. We're just going, hey, cool, magic internet money. Hopefully they don't come talk to me later. The IRS, just so you know, is about 5 years behind. So that means that they haven't even gotten to 2017 for another 2 years. So, but just understand, they'll always get to it, okay? Now, I'm just talking about stateside here, but this is really becoming an international problem. So the individual, as it comes to fluidity of work, is not well suited for this kind of framework that we've built 80 to 100 years ago to manage the architecture of employment. So we think that the first thing that you have to do to create a highly fluid work ecosystem is solve this relationship. If you don't solve the legal dynamics between these parties, you're never going to actually have this highly fluid thing that we dream about. And I'll give you a good example of this. Politicians have a tendency to come up with really complicated ideas on how to solve fairly simple problems. They love to legislate their way out of problems. Does anybody know what AB5 is in California? You know what it is? So this is a new law in California that requires platforms like Uber, Lyft, technology platforms to say the drivers are W-2 employees. Now, does this make sense to anybody who actually does gig work? Forget the companies. Uber hates this. This really messes with Uber and their business model. But what driver wants that? Like, didn't I sign up for the gig economy to own my time and attention and turn on my phone and drive when I want? When you create a W-2 relationship, you're now changing that dynamic. They can now tell you what to do because they've had all of the risk and burden put onto them. So from a compliance standpoint, there really isn't, we're sort of creating this game theory dynamic that's just screwed up, and it's designed actually to fail. So the outcomes that we get where everybody fights each other, it was designed that way. Now, they may not have thought it through, but that's, input, output. Show me an outcome, and I'll show you the incentives, right? So the outcomes are exactly as they were designed. So we think that fluidity of work, sovereignty of employment, but you can't do it on your own. So if you think about healthcare procurement, right? So I've been in HR tech and employment for pushing 20 years. Actually, it's 20 years. Old. I've W-2'd something like 35,000 people. So I know a little bit about this in buying healthcare. And let me tell you, healthcare companies hate it that they have to give group benefits. They love independent contractors. You know why? They get more money from you. You have no purchasing power. Now, we can talk about unions and guilds and all this like V1 stuff or like even 17th century stuff, right? Collective organizing has been around for a very, very long time. But we haven't really emerged into the place where we've got the convergence of high technology or like a high fluidity using technology as a tool and collective governance. So what we're doing here at Opolis, and I'm going to make this really short because we're going to try to get back on track, but I'm trying to give you the flavor of this, is we're creating an employment commons. Now, to keep this in simple terms, the legal framework that we're using is a cooperative, and the ecosystem becomes co-op of co-ops. So you can have a legally designated cooperative be a member of another co-op. So we're basically creating this network of cooperatives under an umbrella that we refer to as the commons. That is the master procurement vehicle. So let's say I've got, we refer to these as decentralized employment organizations as the long BS technical term. Think of them as like an employment guild. So if I have 5 of my friends and we're in an employment guild, we all have our own little LLCs that are members of a co-op, so we're not beholden to anybody. And we want to configure our sort of employment benefits and our features and our social causes and what we contribute to different things however we want. Our co-op, though, is a member of a master co-op. And that master co-op is the one that's negotiating all of the kind of group benefits and all the procurement arbitrage on behalf of all the networks. Now, guess who owns the commons? No. You can't administer and own a co-op at the same time. The beautiful thing about the legal structure of cooperatives, the members own it. So the members can own and control it. You can actually have different kinds of stakeholders. Now, the beautiful thing about co-ops in Colorado is you can actually architect different membership with different features. For example, it's no guarantee that an economic contributor has any governance. So you can bifurcate and sort of save yourself some of the problems that typically show up on typical cap tables, right? So now you can actually align incentives to create what we call sustainable benevolence in the ecosystem. So DEOs kind of work like this. You stake your membership, you vote on different changes and organizational features. You have control over your own work. There's no boss. There's no Uber telling you what to charge. There's nobody telling you what to do. And then there's you could call it the shared services trustee. As an individual worker, think about all the things you have to do as far as like accounting and tax remittance and dealing with healthcare and whatever, even payroll stuff. Big companies have a whole department that do this for them. Right? So think about that for a minute, and what would that look like in the context of a co-op? Well, essentially, we're just providing the same services, but as an arm's length services transaction to the commons. So tech, markets, DEOs, and the public utility connection market. I'm just going to jet through some of this stuff because we just don't have the time. So I'm just gonna cruise through this like super fast, and I'm gonna give you like the TLDR on this. I'll just leave it on Gitcoin. Does everybody know that Kevin had his baby? Yeah, it's cool, right? Yeah, where is he already? Come on, like that was like yesterday. Don't tell his wife I said that. One of the things that's challenging in the Web3 space is, from my perspective, having been in it a while, you see a lot of companies trying to, what I say, boil the ocean. They have a good idea, they get a big grand idea for these ecosystems, but then what really happens practically is there's point solutions that pop up. Got a lot of really cool DeFi things. We've got governance tools, we've got DAO frameworks, we've got metadata, identity, marketplaces, but independently, they all sort of exist separately, right? They're not really glued together in a way that makes a lot of sense, and certainly they're not very accessible for average next-door neighbor friends that don't know anything about our crypto nerdery that we do. So what Opolis is really focusing on is creating a shared revenue model for the technology contributors as well. So the Commons does have a fee. Actually, it won't. I'll give you a little hint. If you sign up for a guild here at ETH Denver, for 6 months, you won't pay anything. And we've actually got some really interesting things that we're announcing about rewards tokens. We're bootstrapping that, so we're not going to go weird with it. But in essence, there's going to be big incentives to join and big rewards for being members and consuming the services. In any case, everything that comes to the Commons trustee as part of the services is going to be split up between all the technology contributors that actually put into the stack. Now, the reason why this makes sense, on a small scale, a few thousand people, there's no incentives. If this becomes a public utility framework for employment, which I think it can because we're legally structuring it to be sustainably benevolent, the technology's open, permissionless, it's not going to be overly extractive or hierarchical or sort of exploitive in any possible way. It essentially becomes everything that you need for employment in a public utility. Now, how many people do you know that don't actually deal with employment? That's what I thought. This is the one thing that everybody does. If there were a way to gain mainstream adoption, employment is it. This is the killer app, in my opinion. If you want to talk about getting outside of our crypto bubble and all of our friends that just love to talk about all these cool things that we do, that's the way to do it. So we are launching, as I said, here tomorrow night. So like you'll hear a lot more about this, or maybe less, because I only have like 7 minutes or something then. But in any case, we'll have our booth up there. We're around, and we really hope you enjoy everything about ETH Denver. And thank you to the organizers of DAOstack or DAOFest, my friends at DAOstack. Thank you very much. You guys are great. If there's anything else you guys need, feel free to hit up our volunteer crews and stewards that are around. And that's all I got for now. What was the number of Zoomers that are participating in freelance work? I almost took your head off, man. If it's too big, you can just exchange it at the store. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Oh yeah, you got a there's a plug right here. Yeah, this is the adapter. This is yeah. You're good. Okay. Hey everybody, my name's Lou Kerner, and I'm giving a talk titled
6 thoughts on Web 3.0 and community. Real quick, by way of background, my origin story, and how I know a little bit about something about this is the second company I ran was called Bolt. It was an early social network. It had 500,000 kids on it when I bought it with the original founder in 2003. Very quickly, I recognized I didn't know what the hell 16 to 18-year-old kids wanted to do on the internet, so we started acquiring different companies. I talked to more than 100 kids about acquiring their companies. I did 8 acquisitions. I was the first person to call Zuckerberg and offer to buy Facebook. He wanted $5 million for a quarter of the company a month after he launched, so I passed on that. I later became actually 4 years later, somebody offered me to sell some secondary shares in Facebook at $16 billion. There was an active secondary market. And I had been a Wall Street analyst, so I ran the numbers and thought it was worth $50 billion at the time. So I wrote a research report about it because the world had no idea. And somebody who read it offered to raise me a VC fund. So in 2012, I became a VC, made a number of investments in the social space, including Meetup. Started holding meetups because they're kind of magical. The people you want to show up, show up. And I actually went down the rabbit hole a little bit, 13, 14. I joked long enough that the Wall Street Journal wrote a story on Bitcoin, quoted me as Wall Street's Bitcoin expert. But while I looked at the light and looked at the light, I did not see the light. And it wasn't until June 29th, 2017, I held a conference call to understand what was going on with ICOs. And on that conference call, Olaf Carlson, we said something, and that day I saw the crypto light. I stopped everything I was doing, and I've been crypto 24/7 ever since. And I didn't really know, even though at the time, what crypto was, but I really became of the belief, like a lot of other people, that this was going to be the biggest thing in the history of humanity. And when I want to learn about something, I tend to write about it, and so I feverishly wrote for 3 months. William Faulkner's got a great quote, "I don't know what I think of anything until I read what I've written about it." And after 3 months, I put all my thoughts together in a piece called 7 Thoughts on Crypto. After 3 months down the rabbit hole, it was the most read piece on Medium for 3 days, after which I didn't know this was a thing. They ranked bloggers across 100 different categories. I was the number 3 crypto blogger in the world, according to Medium, which proved the first of my 7 thoughts, which is nobody knows anything. I think we're at the very, very beginning of what this is going to be, and nobody has any fucking idea. Zero idea. The only thing that I am certain of is whatever it is going to be very different from what anybody thinks it's going to be. And so when I use the word crypto, what do I mean? I mean a series of technologies, blockchain, cryptocurrency, smart contracts, zero-knowledge proof, that are enabling all kinds of new business processes, decentralization being the key one at the moment. And when I saw decentralization, and when I saw crypto, and when I saw the crypto light, I think when everybody sees it, because crypto can be infinite, everybody sees something different. What I saw was the importance and the centrality of community. And, we're still, at the point, though, it's hilarious, where people don't even know what community is, let alone that it's central. This was a blog post from last week. Mike Dudas, who writes a blog, says, forget community. They actually have users and developers, right? Which kind of is community. And so the framework that I have for community and how central it is to what's going on in crypto is I use the analogy to the invention of electricity, which powered the second industrial revolution. And when electricity was discovered, everybody had to build their own little electricity plant. There was no big electricity plant to plug into. And that's the analogy now with crypto. Community is what's powering the decentralized industrial revolution. And today, in the early days, everybody's building their own little communities. And what I'm focused on with most of my time is something called Crypto Mondays, which was a crypto meetup that I started in New York on January 8th, 2018, which was literally the peak market cap day of crypto. We had 300 people the first week, 350 people the second week. We decided to blow it out around the world. To date, there have been 57 different cities have hosted Crypto Mondays. It's really amazing. I've been to Crypto Mondays in Shanghai and Singapore and London and Paris, Tel Aviv multiple times. And the reason that it's worked is because it's completely decentralized. Somebody says they want to open a Crypto Monday in some city. We make them the host. A week or two later, they send an email. They say, hey, is it okay if I do ABC? And we say, hey, we got a canned email. We reply back, yes, you can do ABC. The only thing you can't do is write us emails asking if you can do ABC. What part of decentralized did you not understand? So Crypto Mondays, the vision of it, though, is far beyond just the meetups. The vision of Crypto Mondays is what I talked about, which is this power plant, this community building power plant that everybody can plug into so that the best projects can grow their communities the fastest. And that's the main project that I'm working on, and we look forward to DAOifying, obviously, Crypto Mondays as well. But now getting into success, and Crypto Mondays isn't the only community. I'm a member of a bunch of different communities. I run the DAOFest community in New York as well. Excited about that. The DAOFest team are awesome guys and girls. And so real quick, what do I mean by a decentralized community? I mean a group of people with a common interest and agreed upon governance system. It's really that fucking simple. That's what a decentralized community is. And in my mind, the thing about community that most people don't understand is my first thought, which is when communities work, all members get more value from the community than they contribute. And it's kind of magical. How is it possible? And actually, what is value? Well, value to community members is kind of also known as token economics. And so, you can give them cash, but cash is actually really expensive to give. And so we start giving them cash-like things like Bitcoin. It's not cash, but most people who mine and get a Bitcoin turn it into cash very quickly. The problem, though, with Bitcoin is they got to do a lot of work to get that Bitcoin. And there are other things that the community member can give to the members of the community that the members of the community might actually value quite highly that are actually free for the community to manufacture. When I was running Bolt, we had at our peak 23 million kids, and we could get a couple million of those kids to do anything for a badge that would scroll around their profile conferring status in the community. So status, I think, is going to be a super important way that we're going to be incentivizing community members. And then I started looking at what are other ways free to manufacture, but community members really value highly. Another one of those is NFTs, right? Free to manufacture, but every day, ones are selling for 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. I don't know if you guys, how many of you saw Alex from Rocket speak at the Metacartel event a couple days ago, that now he's actually making loans against NFTs. So obviously, all of these things are going to become cash and cash-like. But I really think that focusing on the non-cash incentives is going to be huge, even as the lines blur between the things that we see today as cash and cash-like and not cash-like. And I think this is an interesting concept, is, again, that delta between how much it costs the community to manufacture what it gives to the community members and how much the community members value that at is I think, a very important metric. And I think you're going to see a lot of correlation between that delta in value and how big a community can get. And so that's number two, size of the community is correlated to that delta. And that's why the biggest communities in the world are, anybody want to guess? Biggest communities in the world are religion. Why? Faith is free to manufacture, and people value it incredibly highly. That's not being pejorative in any way of faith. It's just, I think, an appropriate way and context to think about communities and building communities. And actually, if you think about faith, which is what the church manufactures and sells, it's not only, faith doesn't only mean a belief in loyalty to God, but it's also a firm belief in something for which there is no proof. And personally, probably, at the moment, the biggest faith that I have is the faith that crypto is going to make the world a better place. I'm not sure that it's going to happen. I can't see it, but I believe it. If we all work together, that crypto can be a better place. So if you think about the different ways that you can incentivize community members, I think faith is also, and making the world a better place is going to be a huge way that community members are incentivized. One of the other things I want to talk about communities, so I wrote this research report on Facebook. I published it in March of 2010. My 2014 revenue estimate was off by 1%. And that was for a very simple reason. And I'll get to that reason in a moment, but so I'll fly through because I'm running out of time. But the thing about communities and social networks, there's a great line from the Woody Allen play Annie Hall, where Annie looks over at him and says, I don't think this relationship is working anymore. And Woody looks at her and says, I think you're right. He says, relationships are like sharks. You know, they got to move forward or they die. And what we have here is a dead shark. And I think to some degree in communities, it's the same thing. You either are growing the community engagement or you're dying. So I went negative on Facebook when it, for the first time, their engagement dropped. And they actually gave a reason for it. It's because they were trying to stop people from doing the thing they wanted to do most, which is listen to fake news. So I'm going to run through these quickly. You know, this is running out of time. But this is a picture from yesterday. Chainlink did an event with Polkadot. And that kind of highlights, you know, what I'll say is my fourth, which is that there's going to be massive value. When I think about that platform and people can plug in to build their communities, I think one of the other things that we're going to see is the ability of the communities to work together. 2 communities, 5 communities, 50 communities working together, I think are going to have massive, massive impact. You know, I wrote a lot about FAMGA, Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon, and the tremendously negative effect that I think they're having on the world, that they're having on innovation. This is a great chart that shows that the only thing different, this is a chart of the market cap of the top 100 tech companies. So in 1980, IBM had 75% market share of all tech market cap of the top 100 companies. But as we moved from the mainframe to the desktop, Microsoft became the biggest, and it looked like Microsoft is going to be the biggest forever. Kind of comical. It's kind of the biggest again. But then Apple surpassed it. And what this chart tells me, you know, what the story that this chart tells me is there's nothing constant but change. And just a couple months after I wrote my first report on FAMGA, I saw the crypto light, and I thought, you know, crypto's going to be the thing that is the next thing that basically replaces FAMGA, like Apple replaced or Microsoft replaced IBM. But now, after being in the space for a few years, I'm not so sure. And I really think that if we don't optimize community, the crypto technology, all of this amazing stuff is going to be co-opted by Facebook, Apple, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. Okay, I'm going to wrap it up. The last thing, look, revolutions are messy, right? I don't give a shit. Like all these people, Craig Wright, is he Satoshi? I don't give a fuck. People want to spend all day arguing about it. You know, God bless them. Revolutions are messy. Everybody's going to do what they want. Crypto Mondays, let's change the world. Thanks.
Okay. Can I lower this or will it cause? Hello. Hi. Hi, everyone. This will be, I think it's hard to follow Lou with the amount of energy and super amazing things that he spoke about. I'm also going to talk about communities because it's a very hot topic, and also in Ethereum, we do a very good job at communities, and I think that's one of the big powers that we have, and something that I think all the time. Ethereum is definitely not just about the technology, it's about the culture, and it's incredibly powerful community. So we're going to chat about the evolution of communities and how it evolved from a passive happening to an active choice. If we look at the initial definitions of community, they're very, very space specific. So you see a group, can you actually see that, or is that too small? Anyway, the idea is that it's usually a group of people living in a specific place, or a group of people living together in one place, especially when practicing common ownership, or a body of nations unified by common interests. Anyway, very, very geographical. So what we have seen is an evolution from the physical into a, let's say, a coming together of people based on interests and common goals, which is very much what we see with Ethereum and the Ethereum community, right? We all have certain values that coincide and we come together based on those values and those interests and the things that we want to build. So right now, the Oxford English Dictionary actually calls it a body of people or things viewed collectively. So all of the shared beliefs, the values, this is how the evolution of people coming together is shaping up, regardless of physical proximity, right? And this has been the real power, certainly with Ethereum, is we are seeing so many people in so many different places actually taking part in this collective. So the shift from passive to active, obviously you feel a belonging, and the more people coming towards this global community, the more we are changing our understanding of what it means to be a community. And it goes beyond proximity, which is obviously very, very empowering, because if I am part of a socioeconomical framework that doesn't necessarily empower me in any shape or form, I can still adhere to a global community that can empower me, that can give me the tools and the avenues to pursue my beliefs, create things, work with people to co-create things. And so you get to this new kind of social capital where individuals are also feeling empowered by being part of that community. So you have the one to all and the all to one dynamic. And so the crypto communities, certainly from the work that I've done, so I was one of the co-founders of the Bounties Network, now working with the guys at OST and the Pepo app, and working and looking at how you craft communities. You essentially must create these spaces where you incentivize individual action for a common good. A very simple example of that would be, the project that we ran in the Philippines, where we incentivized people to perform a beach cleanup and rewarded them with crypto that not only benefited them individually, but it also benefited the community because you now had a cleaner place than when you found it. And that can be something that you really, really work to redesign how communities operate. So if you look at what we have here, like let's take Denver as an example, if you were to involve all the individuals living here in the running of the community and reward them for their time and engage them to actively participate, you would get this individual action for common benefit. And then you shaping that and going through those transactions and those exchanges of value, you get to a community DNA, which is something that, again, we've noticed time and time again. Spinning bespoke networks, for instance, for certain events, you see the way people engage with each other and you see the way people transact with each other. And you can find incredibly, incredibly novel ways in which individuals within communities are using, let's say, tokens to incentivize and reward each other for sharing of value. A very simple example, we did incentivize people at DevCon to participate. Oh my God, no. Definitely do not shut down. See, this is the thing with time zones, is that is nighttime for me. It's like 11 p.m. So what we did, for instance, at DEF CON was a project incentivized attendees to go and man the door for one of their events and rewarded them with tokens for doing that. People got to take part in the event or listen to the talks, but also got rewarded for their time in cryptocurrency for delivering a service. And these are the mechanics of how an individual contribution can add to a community DNA or community dynamics. Another very good example is education. So with education within a community, again, something that we are very much doing as an ecosystem, as an example of that would be, how do you teach beginners to come in and start adding value immediately as they learn about blockchain, as they learn about Ethereum, as they learn about the different projects that are already live and can be used. Another very good example with that were the DevCon scholars in Osaka who started getting involved in the community as soon as they were accepted for the scholarship program. We had bounties going for them. We were rewarding them with a token that UNICEF had minted. And as they were learning about Ethereum and about the projects, they started creating content. They started sharing and translating a lot of the literature on the Ethereum Foundation website into their own native languages. And again, how you give back and how you reward people and change those dynamics where it isn't a passive happening, it is very much an active choice and an active participation. And that is something that you can, again, apply to local communities. One of the very simple examples, again, that we are working on is the Bahamas, as a nation, does not have a recycling culture. Nobody recycles, they never have. The local government now wants to be able to get the citizens to start participating in this behavior or teach them to start doing this. How are they going to do that? Incentivizing the individuals to recycle, create micro rewards for the individuals, and then a bigger reward for the community they are part of on a monthly basis, so that it is the individuals that benefit, but also the community as a whole. And what happens with that is you have that individual participation, but also the benefit of the community. So again, very, very interesting models, particularly around community tokens, particularly around how you track value and how you are able to fund certain initiatives at a community and individual level, which again, we really don't have anything right now. It's stuff happens here, citizens and communities are here, there is nothing in between. We have to create those mechanisms that enable better participation and better reward for people's participation. So empowered communities are incredibly powerful. One of the main things that we saw with the project in the Philippines was that actually once we set people up with wallets and once they were earning crypto, they continued exploring ways to earn crypto and get more involved in whatever activations or whatever tasks or whatever projects we were creating or other projects were creating as well. So giving people the tools to do something enables them to very, very creatively think of a solution that is potentially very specific to their own community, their own region, their own country, whatever it may be. Another very simple example of that is, for instance, a project that got funded by consensus grants, and it was built on top of the Standard Bounties protocol, and it was focused on incentivizing people in the African continent to go and get tested for HIV. Because the burden on the health surface is very, very high because people do not get tested in time, and so they go to the doctor when AIDS is full blown. If you catch it earlier, obviously the treatment is a lot more effective, a lot less costly, and so on. That is a very specific regional solution that people can create because they're empowered to do so, because they've learned about it. And they have the tools to build it. And so because I mentioned the scholars at DEF CON, we actually have a cohort of scholars at ETH Denver as well. based on the wonderful, is everything okay? Okay. Based on the funds that the wonderful organizers of ETH Denver were able to put up so that we could support as many people as possible to travel over to Denver to attend the hackathon. I'm very pleased to say that we got about 40 scholars that will be coming over. One scholar in particular, and they come from various different regions. A lot of them are coming from other countries, but studying in the US, so the travel was a lot easier than if we were to bring them from, lands far, far away. But a really interesting case is Adrian, who is coming over from Venezuela. He is now, I think he's still on the road. He may have arrived, but he's been traveling, so he had to go from Venezuela to Colombia, from Colombia somewhere else. There was one other stop, and then get here. So I think it's something like a 40-hour trip. But the idea is he has already started hacking and getting involved in building on Ethereum from Venezuela. And now you kind of go, okay, what is the potential and what are the ideas and the different perspectives that he can bring and use the technology and the tools that we have and the projects that we have to enable him to potentially come up with an incredibly useful solution for Venezuela or whatever segment of the population. So what we're going to do, tomorrow, we're going to launch an ETH Scholars DAO. And this is basically an idea that Felipe over there had. And when we were discussing, the importance of creating opportunities for people beyond these events, right? We're here for 2 days. The problem that we usually have is that, yes, it's great, we have a great time for these 2 days, and then what? Like, it's all well and good. We managed to spend, again, the funds to bring people over, and a lot of people spend a lot of money coming here, staying here, getting involved, but then what? And so the idea with creating this DAO is, how about we create something that can be a little bit more long-lasting and can potentially support the ideas and the projects that might come out of this hackathon, right? So it doesn't have to end here. It doesn't have to be geographically determined, right? Everybody can go and start creating proposals, start potentially getting funding. And we're going to launch it tomorrow. We're doing an Intro to Web3 workshop. I've been doing them around the ETH Global Circuit across 2019, and it is a way to introduce people who are new to Ethereum or at beginner level to ease them into the process. Because for a lot of people, it can be incredibly daunting to arrive at a hackathon and immediately be immersed into a lot of talks that may be over their head, or where they don't necessarily feel comfortable asking a lot of questions, or getting an introduction to smart contracts or an introduction to tokens and the opportunities that may be available to them. So this is what we're doing tomorrow. We call the segment Dare to DAO. We're going to onboard all of the scholars onto it. And then we will keep you updated on what happens, and hopefully everybody will be happy with it. And what I want to say, and this is from this talk that I did earlier in Sustain Web3, it is incredibly important to enable and to foster and support different perspectives. It is very important to open things up to development, open our ecosystem up to these very different perspectives, to these very different ways of interpreting and using our technology. And the way we do it is by ensuring there are opportunities beyond the events, beyond the meetups, something that connects it all, which is why when you have that and you have a lot of different means of tapping into resource, you have high resilience, and you ensure that your ecosystem thrives, and you ensure that it isn't something that just happens sporadically. You ensure that it isn't just something that's a flash in the pan, but it is all connected, and you are enabling these avenues and these opportunities for different people and different perspectives. So Dare to DAO, I quite like that. I came up with that, line for the for our segment tomorrow. So I think this whole weekend, including DAOFest, is all about this. Let's go and explore. Let's go and experiment. Let's see if things work. And if they don't, that's fine. We'll figure out what worked and what didn't, and we will do it better. But we must experiment, and we must, create projects, create pilots, and, go do shit. Am I over? Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Oh my God.
So I ask everybody actually to ask yourselves, by the end of the weekend, by the end of ETH Denver, or by the next conference, what has happened to the ETH Scholars DAO? Is there some knowledge that I could share? Is there some knowledge that I could absorb? Is there some resource, like some key to some resource that I could give or get? And let's see, that's the experiment. 1 year ago, we couldn't just do this. We couldn't just launch a DAO. So let's launch a bunch of DAOs. And next, with you guys, I want to call to the stage Nate Hinman or Heineman, I'm not sure. Hinman from Bancor. Hey, Nate. Which one? The new one. All right, cool.
Okay, let me set up here.
Sorry you went a bit over, but I think
Oh, no, of course. I definitely don't need that much. It's going to be pretty fast. So. Oh. Hello, hello, hello. All right, guys. Good to go? Okay. Thanks so much for having us here. I'm Nate from Bancor. And as the title suggests, this talk is focused on building DEXs as DAOs. So how can we perform the core operations of an exchange in a DAO-like fashion? And second, how can we chart a path towards creating a formal DAO structure that manages protocol upgrades and allocates funds for development? So first, just want to give a little background on Bancor. Bancor is an on-chain liquidity protocol that performs automated, decentralized exchange on Ethereum and across blockchains. It was the first DEX based on automated market makers, and since early 2018, it's processed over $2 billion in trade volume. And today, there's thousands of users who stake liquidity on Bancor in exchange for a share of the protocol's trading fees, with more than 12 million locked in the protocol. And so the agenda for today, first I want to take a look at why so many DeFi protocols are now shifting to a DAO structure. I want to present a rough framework for DEXs functioning operationally as DAOs through the use of automated market makers. And then I'll share very briefly how Bancor is initially approaching launching a formal DAO and the kind of different designs that are currently being considered by the Bancor community. So it seems that we are at a crossroads in crypto where DeFi protocols need to decide between sort of two paths. Either they delegate control to a DAO to become truly decentralized, or they clearly form into a centralized business that facilitates non-custodial financial services on public blockchains. And like so many crypto projects of its time that launched around the same time as Bancor, Bancor uses a foundation to coordinate protocol development. And like many early crypto patterns, in hindsight, this was a suboptimal solution. And because we didn't have these robust DAO frameworks, the nonprofit foundation model was one of the really viable ways to kind of prove confidence in the early days of the project. But today there's multiple DAO solutions available, so the use of not-for-profit foundations has really become more of a liability than a benefit. So it's likely in the coming years that we'll see many viable crypto projects transition away from foundations and into DAOs. So, it's instructive to explore how DEXs can chart a path to becoming DAOs. And the good news is that we have a rough framework for building DEXs as DAOs. So first, what I want to do is quickly define a sort of DAO for our purposes, and then see how this model could be applied to the operations of a DEX. So first, let's kind of define DAO membership is open. It's not limited to a specific group. DAO members or shareholders can propose or vote on changes, and then their decisions cannot be blocked or modified by any central authority. The DAO members receive direct or indirect financial incentives from participation, and this guarantees the alignment of incentives. So now let's look at the kind of core operations of a DEX or of an exchange. Now that is to decide on what tokens to list or delist. It's to organize the order books, to do the order matching and facilitate the trade execution. And then finally, it's to capture these trading fees as the DEX revenue. And so thanks to the emergence of automated market makers on the blockchain, we can now automate this core functionality of an exchange. So the listing is permissionless, and both the order matching and the circulation of trading fees are performed fully on-chain without any central entity involved. And so in case you're unfamiliar with liquidity pools, a brief rundown on how they work. Anyone can create a pool simply by creating a smart contract that holds 2 or more tokens in its reserves. The pools are kind of like automated trading pairs that replace on-chain order books with on-chain reserves. Anyone can then add liquidity to the pool and receive pool tokens in return, and the pool then extracts a fee from each trade it processes, and holders of the pool tokens are entitled to a proportional share of these fees. And so I had a slide explaining that, but I seem to have missed it. So now if we take this kind of macro view of the system and look at a network of liquidity pools, we can see how this system starts to resemble our sort of working definition of a DAO. It's an open organization where anyone can obtain shares simply by providing liquidity. Then participants effectively decide what tokens to list and delist by allocating capital to their selected pools. And crucially, no one on the team can block the participants' decisions to list, fund, or defund the tokens. And then participants directly benefit from owning the organization shares in the form of trading fees that are generated from the end user conversions. So in Bancor V1, it's operating very similar to a DAO, but a static protocol is not a sustainable one. The demands of users are constantly evolving, and in order to evolve the system, we must launch a formal Bancor DAO to make these key protocol changes. So Bancor has begun its transition from a DEX that operates like a DAO into a formal Bancor DAO that actually governs the system. So in the early stages, we've taken some initial steps to start forming this DAO and to seed the DAO. The first occurred last month. Bancor airdropped ETH-BNT pool tokens onto all BNT token holders in proportion to their BNT holdings. So ETH-BNT is a pool token that represents a stake in the ETH liquidity pool on Bancor, and that means holders collect trading fees from all ETH-based conversions on the network. So this essentially turned all BNT holders into stakers on the protocol who are now generating fees from its trade volume. So as owners of the protocol, token holders who retained their ETH-BNT or those who removed it and chose to stake in another pool on Bancor are now eligible to participate in the Bancor DAO and vote in its first major decision, which is BNT staking rewards. So staking rewards will be funded by minting new BNT, and the Bancor DAO will regularly vote on the rate of BNT inflation to fund these rewards, and which liquidity pools on the network will receive the staking rewards. And so then also a portion of these staking rewards will also go to paying out stakers who participate in actual voting. So this creates a sort of tiered reward system that favors voting stakers and stakers over sort of pure speculators who simply hold the BNT tokens. So this is really favoring kind of your workers and your producers on the network over the sort of free riders or speculators who are simply holding BNT and not staking it and contributing work in pools. So the result of this is that the token holders who are participating in governance and staking will slowly increase their share of protocol ownership, while those who are not staking will slowly become diluted. And so staking rewards, you can kind of think of them in addition to, we hope improving the ROI of staking in Bancor pools. It will really serve as a tax on free riders and speculators, and it can be used towards sustaining protocol development and enriching the existing token holders. So, in sum, the exact structure of the Bancor DAO is now in the process of being determined, with the initial staking rewards vote planned for Q2. And we believe there is this kind of natural progression from a DEX which functionally operates as a DAO to a pure DAO, which governs an ever-evolving protocol. And so many, and this was my slide on explaining pool tokens in case it wasn't clear. So just lastly, many of these conversations on how to structure the DAO, how to structure BNT staking rewards are really being hashed out in the open in Telegram by sort of core community members. And we really encourage anyone who's, whether or not you're a BNT token holder or not, to sort of join the conversation. And, ultimately it will be that the stakers who vote will determine the initial model, but we always appreciate sort of external researchers hopping in there and sharing their opinions. And, we really look forward to, many DeFi protocols charting this path that they really do need to take to become a pure DAO. And that is all. Feel free to reach out to me anytime, and thanks so much. That's it.
All right, everybody, hang with us for about 6 minutes, and on stage soon we're going to have Amanda Gutterman and all of the folk from the Marketing DAO. right, so this next group is so many people that I'm hoping that the stage won't break under their heavy feet. Please put your hands together for the Marketing DAO. A little bit, go, come on.
Thank you. Hi, guys. We are the Marketing DAO. My name is Amanda Cassett, and you're going to meet a couple of our other members while we show you Marketing DAO. Is that getting cut off at the bottom? You know why that's happening? Oh, there you go. That does it. Great. So how did we start the Ethereum Marketing DAO? The idea had been floating around for a long time because it's fairly apparent that there isn't a coordinated marketing body for Ethereum for all kinds of reasons. So lots of different people in the space were discussing that, and those discussions made it to DevCon in Osaka, and a number of us decided to get together in person right after the Moloch meetup in Osaka. And we actually had some people calling in at 4 o'clock in the morning, New York time, to be part of it. We had a huge amount of enthusiasm right from the beginning, and we were able to bring together a lot of really great media, design, communications, and marketing minds right from the start, which was awesome. So one of the first things we did was a design thinking exercise where we brainstormed what our main areas of focus would be. What is the problem that we're here to solve? And the three biggest problems that we wanted to solve for Ethereum is positioning. So what is an Ethereum meme? You know, Bitcoin has digital gold. Ethereum does so many things. It's so complicated and so multifaceted, which is the benefit, but it also makes it hard to move a unit of text around memetically on Twitter when it's all things to all people. The second one was really starting to understand the audience for Ethereum, the multiple different audiences for Ethereum really well, which is kind of the classic marketing best practice. When you want to market something, the first thing you do is get to know your audience really well. So knowing what the different target demographics are for Ethereum and breaking down who they are, what kinds of key messages will resonate with them. And then the other thing we found that we felt Ethereum could put forward more into the world is a ground game. So a lot of times you go to kind of a random, blockchain or crypto event somewhere in the world, you'll see, that the Bitcoin Foundation has a booth, you'll see Tron, you'll see Neo, you'll see all kinds of things. Sometimes Ethereum is present, but oftentimes Ethereum is not present. And even though it's the blockchain that most of the projects that are being discussed are actually being built on, it is, we want to make sure it's punching at its appropriate weight class in terms of representation at all these events. So obviously there are a lot of different ways to do marketing. Why market Ethereum using a DAO? So we put a lot of thought into this. It's a great way to coordinate lots of different ideas, to use a decentralized community to harvest the most and the best ideas for Ethereum marketing, and to get a bunch of really diverse perspectives and values. Another question that we had early on as a group was, do we want to market Marketing DAO? Which is a little bit meta, and we decided, no, we don't want to market Marketing DAO. We've been intentionally very quiet about it. We haven't tried to get lots of followers. We don't have KPIs around growing our audience because we don't want to be an artist that signs our works. We are here to help market Ethereum and help grow the Ethereum brand, not to market Marketing DAO. So we've been intentionally trying to fly below certain kinds of radars while getting on other radars, like getting to you guys and getting the right pledgers in, getting the right members in, but not trying to make a huge fuss. So it's kind of turtles all the way down why we're doing a DAO to market Ethereum. We figured the best way to promote Ethereum is to do it the Ethereum way, to actually use the coordination mechanism that is native to Ethereum to help Ethereum grow itself. So just trying to be as meta as possible and to dog food our own technology. And it fits with the Ethereum mission of decentralization. It allows max community participation. And as I mentioned, we're dog fooding our own marketing effort. So what have we been doing since we met up at DevCon? We elected positions. We figured out how we're going to do our own internal governance. We had to do that because of the LLC structure that we created, because we had to put some names on the LLC, someone to take responsibility for this darn thing. Megan, who's very responsible, will talk about that. Also, we wanted to get the DAO up and running as quickly as possible, but we wanted to do it in a way that would be maximally protective to our pledgers and not open them up to any kind of unexpected liability. And then basically building with the minimum viable DAO with Moloch contracts and DAO House. Megan, do you want to talk about how responsible we are?
We may be the most responsible DAO out there, and let me tell you why. So when we initially started this project, we had the benefit, we only started a few months ago, to be able to look at what a bunch of the people in this room had already built and see what worked for them and how we might think about applying it to ourselves. We took a look at different DAO frameworks, so Moloch, DAO Stack, Aragon. We thought that going with a Moloch's backend made a lot of sense because we've seen, Moloch go out and give grants for ETH2 research. We've seen Metacartel build on top of that, and giving out grants for DApp development. So why not follow on the same path and give out grants for marketing? We've seen the sort of progression in technology with the Moloch contracts since ETH Denver last year, which has been really exciting. So that was a good choice for us. But to take it a step further, I am an accountant and I care a lot about compliance. So one of the first things that we started thinking about is what is the right kind of legal structure to insulate our members from legal liability and also make sure that people that are donating to Marketing DAO are getting a tax receipt. And people that are receiving money know where their money's coming from and they can properly file their taxes. I talked to a bunch of different law firms, 5, and I think they may be the only 5 firms in the world that have heard and do stuff with DAOs. All of them had very different perspectives on the ways that we could go. We explored creating a nonprofit foundation similar to what MakerDAO has done. We explored becoming a cooperative, like a bunch of different companies have done, and sort of similar to the D-org vision. We ended up settling on a plain Jane LLC for a couple of different reasons. It insulates members from legal liability, which is like big check, number 1. It's very easy to maintain. LLCs have a huge body of law around them, so it's not hard to incorporate. Delaware, it takes less than a week. It also protects the privacy of our funding members. If we were to go with a nonprofit foundation, we'd have to be reporting to the US government, lots of PII data on our funders, and we wanted to protect their identities in the event that they wanted to be anonymous. So we're able to do that. And there aren't tons of reporting requirements every year. So we are really excited to be an LLC DAO, one of the first. And we are working with Open Law, a project out of Consensus, who has really sort of worked on perfecting how do you rethink how you join a company. Right now, if you were to join an LLC or a corporation, there's tons of documents that get transferred back and forth. It's all paper. It's really arduous. And Open Law has figured out a way to have it happen online, and everything sits on chain. So we're one of the first companies that's actually implementing their structure, in coordination with the Moloch backend, and it's really exciting because we're really thinking through, how do companies function using DAOs? What does the future of a corporation look like? So that's been really fun to work through. Another thing that was like a big concern, just because we didn't know a lot about it when we started, was we're going to want to accept money from people all over the world. We want to be able to give out money to people all over the world. And what does that mean from a liability perspective and a KYC perspective? Do we have to be holding PII? We didn't want to do any of that. So in concert with Open Law, we sort of have figured out a way to do social KYC. Meaning that people that are coming in to be contributors to our DAO, we do the vetting on our own. So we talk to them. If we don't already know them, we make sure that they have good intentions. We sort of think through any potential risk profiles that they might have, and then we vote on it as a membership together. And we do the same thing for people who are applying for grants. So we don't ever have to take any of your personal information if you don't want to give it to us. We just have to know you, and the group has to be okay with you, which is also this very cool next iteration of being a compliant company. And as we continue to go through operation, our first year will be a big deal in figuring out how do we make sure all of our reporting is, buttoned up and everything? How do we make sure that everybody who comes into contact with Marketing DAO from a funding or from a grant receiving perspective have this really super fluid 100% compliant experience. So it's really exciting if you're into DAO legal stuff or accounting or finance, would love to talk to you about it afterwards and talk more about how we're sort of innovating in that space.
So where we are right now, we are just opening up our funding process for the Marketing DAO because we wanted to get that LLC wrapper finalized and some of our onboarding experience finalized before beginning to very safely onboard pledges. But we've already had contact with a number of projects in the ecosystem. We've built a really robust CRM of projects that hold ETH and our stakeholders in the ecosystem. And we've reached out to many of them and started conversations. We're having a really great response so far with a lot of people enthusiastic. Joe and Consensus have committed to I think it's 150K in funding in Q1, so that's going to come in soon. So that'll be exciting. Hoping to find something similar, maybe get the Ethereum Foundation, Vitalik involved. That would be awesome, and a bunch of other stakeholder orgs and individuals in the ecosystem. Our goal is to bring in the equivalent of 250K USD by the end of Q1. We want to start small intentionally and start showing the actual traction that we're able to generate and the outcomes that we create in the world with some of the marketing projects that we're funding before we go back and ask for more funding. A lot of the projects that we're looking at are for fairly small grants, even some under $1,000, but some that could be hugely impactful, and we want to get some good data on what works. Want to talk about membership?
Yes. Hi everyone, my name is Alex Mesmej, and I'm the membership lead for this quarter for Marketing DAO. So let's go through the 3 categories of members that we have. Right, so we scroll that way. So who's a member? So the first category of members, of course, are the major financial backers. Without them, this would not be possible. And so we think that coordinating all the funds from all the different backers allows us to market Ethereum way more efficiently. As benefits of being a founding member, you have access to all the grants proposals that we have. Of course, you have a DAO vote that you can exercise. 1 ETH equal 1 share on the DAO. And so you are free to vote and actively see all the deal flow of the proposals, and participate in any way that you want. And so feel free to reach out to me or James Ross, which is not here, which is the funding lead of Marketing DAO. The second category is the members. So currently members are the people you see on stage right now and some others. We have more than 50 different communications and marketing professionals in the Ethereum ecosystem. And so it is individuals who actively contribute to the DAO of 1 ETH or WETH or more. And future tracks to membership will be developed over time. Stay tuned in the next few weeks. We will have an onboarding page for members who want to actively contribute work and perhaps being assigned to some grants proposal to keep them in check, etc. And so these are the 2 skin in the game category, but we do have a third category for supporters. So being part of Ethereum doesn't mean you have to get ETH. We have a Telegram group that you can access right now on marketingdao.org, which basically is any person who wants to signal all the grants that we're doing and maximize our reach are free to follow this group, get in touch with us, ask any questions, and you will be involved in perhaps some grants that we're doing, and we'll love your signal. So you can check out this group. And who is a member? So we have elected leads that we voted the past month. So these are the 8 people. Most of them are here on stage. They are valid for 1 quarter, consecutively cumulative till 4 quarters, so maximum a year. And so we really did this because we wanted to have a rolling membership so that we really stay decentralized and there is no one person in power for too long. And so, yeah, we'll take perhaps applications for next quarter. And so feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. So now I guess it is DAOs with Megan and Ben.
Yeah. All right. So alluded to it before, but essentially, the way that people, join companies, are employed by companies, govern companies, is like a very paper-pushing process. So with open law, we figured out a way to sort of mitigate all of the paper that goes back and forth and just make it super easy for members to onboard in once they've passed our social KYC process. So do you want to just talk quickly what it's like for somebody who wants to pledge?
Sure. Yeah, so basically when you pledge to the DAO, you have to sign the end user membership agreement at the time. So you literally just go and push a button and then it shows you the agreement that we have for all the members. You agree to that to go forward and you pledge your ETH directly and then, yeah, very simple. Yeah. What's next? Are you in this one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can help.
So then the main reason for doing the Marketing DAO is to be able to improve the brand of Ethereum. So we need proposals of the kind of activity that can do that. What we have is a set of proposals that have been coming in so that when we have the funds in, they can be distributed to make this activity happen. So we started a proposals process in mid-January where we invited people to say how they thought their marketing project could help the goals of Marketing DAO. And they were based on the 3 main categories, which were the positioning of Ethereum as a brand, the getting to know the audience of Ethereum, and that ground game that we were talking about to have a presence across the world. So we opened up the process and we were amazed that we got in so many proposals. The number was approaching 100 in the short time that we gave people to put proposals in, and the proposals covered those 3 categories and were all across the world because we had things that were focused on areas specifically, for example, Brazil or Mexico. We had a graphic novel proposal that was based on the African audience. So at this stage, we had so many proposals that we needed to filter, and we actually reduced them by only about a third because we saw some whose budget ask wasn't very realistic, or others that were trying to promote just a specific project and not the Ethereum in general. That sort of thing helped us to filter out a few. And we ended up with 2/3 of the proposals still in the process. And so we invited those to provide more detail so that we could kick the tires, as it were, and see especially what results they were anticipating from the activity they were going to be doing. And as part of that second process, we actually asked all of the proposers to create a video. So you've probably seen that Peppo is the official social app of this week. We invited everybody to go to Peppo and create a 30-second video about what their proposal was. So we also invite you. You can go on to Peppo, download Peppo, find the community, which is #MarketingDAO, and there you will see all of the proposals that have been coming in and see the kind of activity that we can be funding so that Ethereum does get a better brand.
And that's basically it. We started this DAO to help coordinate marketing around Ethereum, solving a problem that exists in the world, help create a more consistent meme, get out to a broader audience, get out of the bubble. We are interested in your proposals. We're interested in having you as members. We're interested in having you become founding members by pledging. Come talk to us. I'm Amanda. This is Van, Megan, Alex, Simona, and Saul. And we have more members all around. Come chat with us. You can email us at founders@marketingdao.org with any questions. Visit us at marketingdao.org. That's how you can get to the Telegram group. Follow us on Twitter, MarketingDAO. You can also pledge right now with DAO House, Marketing DAO, or you can talk to us and we can onboard you ourselves. We're really excited about the new front end, where you can basically click into the LLC subscription agreement immediately and become a member and also be legally protected. Thank you so much for having us. Yeah, do we do questions or do we do questions? Yeah, does anybody have any questions?
There's one over there. Should we? Okay.
Yeah, so I really think what you guys are doing is really awesome for the community, and I was just wanted to ask, do you guys have any sort of target stakeholders that you're marketing towards, whether that be institutional investors or potentially retail investors or even developers, or basically like who's the main marketing stakeholder? Sorry.
I would say D, all the above. The Ethereum DAO is about taking in proposals to market Ethereum to various target audiences. So we have proposals about marketing to developers. We have proposals concerned with marketing to the enterprise, a real variety. And part of the practice of what we want to do is build out a profile for each of those target groups. And there are so many when you're trying to, replace, or I wouldn't say replace, but like create an alternative to the global financial system. That's obviously something that touches so many different kinds of people. And so limiting it to, we only want proposals targeting developers, or saying we only want proposals targeting, like retail investors, or we only want this or that. All of the above, we want to, really welcome any proposal that can move the needle for Ethereum. And there are so many different arenas in which to do that. Does that answer the question? Probably a really long-winded answer too, full of obvious redundancies.
Any more questions? Do you see anybody with a question, Amanda?
Does anyone have more questions?
Hey, awesome job. Really exciting. So what I'm wondering about is, so you're talking about promoting Ethereum, right? And I guess the question is, what made you decide not to go the promoting apps that are on Ethereum route? Because it seems to me like, A, those entrepreneurs, and startups could use that help, and B, like, aren't they essentially the people who will determine Ethereum's success? Right, their success, in other words?
Well, one point, I guess, is that, are you aware of Metacartel DAO? Yes. Yeah, that's what they do, right? Basically? So yeah, we're just kind of trying to fill a different side of the stack, in a way. Yeah.
I mean, I would also add that the more people know about and build on Ethereum, the more at-bats the whole ecosystem has to build killer dApps. So you can either market at the project level or at the platform level, and they both have their advantages and disadvantages. But marketing at like the layer 1 level is that approach of trying to get lots of at-bats in terms of applications.
Okay, guys.
Other one more question.
Any other burning questions?
Just one question. In the case of any changes in regulatory stances on Ethereum, what's like a contingency plan? Like let's say in a hypothetical world, Ethereum is a security. This isn't me saying it is, but what would happen with the case of marketing that?
Yeah, I mean, marketing DAO is a function of the assets that we hold, right? So we will make decisions about the kinds of assets that are okay to pledge. You know, should more information become aware, you know, like out there about, you know, certain sorts of classifications of tokens, or, you know, ETH itself, like, we'll adjust as needed. But, you know, really what we are is like using the technology to coordinate, you know, and take in funds. So if we have to take in funds a different way, we can do it. But the smart contract, you know, voting mechanism, I don't think we'll have a problem with. But obviously, like, for anybody building a business in this industry, we're always kind of have to have an eye out about what's going on and what's changing. So, you know, we'll be actively doing that. We're working with Open Law, who, you know, they spend a lot of time in DC working with regulators, so trying to stay ahead of the curve as much as we can. Yeah. Hey guys, do you have a question? Oh, you're just waving. Okay. Oh yeah. One other thing that I will say why I'm excited about Marketing DAO, just because I have the microphone, is we've seen a lot of other protocols go out there and be like very aggressive about community development, about marketing themselves to sort of like strategic markets. And Ethereum has gotten so far off of like, you know, a grassroots effort from just all of us being interested in it. So if we can take like all of the resources, or like a lot of the resources that we have, and just be super aggressive about getting Ethereum's message out there in a coherent manner, like there's so much more that, you know, the protocol can do and that we can all do together. So that's why I'm excited about it.
Woo, that's a great, please put your hands together for the Marketing DAO. All right. Now, it's good that we have you all here tonight at this moment, because we're going to try something a little bit different. And I want to invite Billy Rennekamp to the stage, James Vaugh, Eva Balin, Patrick Rawson, and wait, my list is too big. Oren Macmillan and Declan Brown. Put the chairs all the way back, all the way back. All right. Yeah. So you guys know what a fishbowl panel is, right? No? A fishbowl panel is basically, do you want to explain, Billy? All right. So a fishbowl panel is a panel that's full. If somebody sits at the empty chair, somebody leaves and they stay. So this panel is open to all of you, or will be open to all of you after the first 20, 15 minutes, right? But the way you get on this panel is you have to get your hands on one of the Nerf guns and shoot somebody off the panel. Does that make sense? We have some safety goggles here for our participants. But this is not a joke panel. This is a serious panel. And it's probably going to be the heaviest of all panels. So the Nerf guns is just a way for us to take the edge off. So please welcome to the chairs, Deacon Brown from the Raid Guild and several other things. Yeah, but it's really sponge. Okay, cool. Move to the other side. Huh? Cool, come over, come over. Yes. Yeah, push him on. So the rules are, when you do try to fire at somebody, please do it from behind the first line of chairs. Let's make it hard. Okay? And whoever you hit is the person that comes out. Try to avoid the eyes. All right. So our first panel guest, Deacon Brown. Do you want to say, I'll just go all the way to the moderator and then he'll take over. James Vaugh, please put your hands together for James Vaugh. Oren Macmillan. He deserves a clap too. And Patrick Rawson, who is on his way over because he's moderating the other situation.
Okay, so come. Yes. So with you all, Ezra Veller from DAOstack. And the moderator of this panel, and the person keeping this real and serious, Billy Rennekamp.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for coming to the Nerf War panel. I really do invite you to grab this Nerf gun. Please hit me, take my spot as soon as possible. I'd like to start just by asking you guys to introduce yourselves a little bit, tell us what you're working on, and your interest in DAOs. I'm going to start on this side.
Alrighty. Hey guys, I'm Oren Macmillan, work at Colony in BDSM, which is business development and sales and marketing, not something else. Anyway, I've been involved in the DAO space since the DAO, and I've kind of played around with every variety of DAOs out there. Other than that, yeah, just interested in basically anything that's that essentially making participation in organizations and kind of finance or financial instruments more equitable, more open. Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Keep it close to your...
Yeah. Hey everyone, my name's James Ward. I founded a company called Axia Labs in 2017, and in the last 6 months, I guess, have devoted most of existence to the DAOs and Metacartel. Also, have been following the DAO space since inception, and I think for a lot of us in the Ethereum space, DAOs sort of are the thing. Maybe we fell into tokens by accident, but I think the coordination around DAOs sort of is the point of it. So yeah.
Hi, my name's Deacon Brown. Work with DAO House, Pokemole, Metacartel member, and Raid Guild member. Been heads down in the Moloch contracts mainly over the last year. Helped launch about 80 active or 80 DAOs on DAO House. About 10 of them are active, but yeah, it's been a lot of fun. And shoot me first.
We got one more over here.
Test. Is this? It's working now. Yes. Hi,
Speak loud. Keep it close.
Okay. Thanks, Billy. I'm Ezra. I work with DAOstack. Let's just get started.
Tell us more, Ezra.
Okay. I'm a big participant in the Fest DAO, which is the DAO that's been putting on DAOFest all over the world. So it's a DAO working towards a sustainable business model with sponsorships, but it's a totally decentralized structure. So that's, I think, still a unique model in DAO space. So it's interesting. People are not aware of it. What is the format here?
That's the format. All right, so DAOs are this weird thing. I feel like I hear about them all the time, but I don't know anybody who actually participates in them. Or maybe I do, but I never hear about it. The actual nitty-gritty of touching a DAO is this weird behind the doors thing. I mean, it feels like this weird little club that you never watch. Can you guys just tell us how many DAOs are you a part of? Do you know how many, as a number? Start here.
I would say until very recently 2. One is Fest DAO, the other one is Genesis DAO.
Oh, wait, say those again?
One is Fest DAO, the one I just said.
Fest DAO, thank you.
And the second one is the Genesis DAO.
The Genesis DAO.
DAO. That's DAOstack's begin as an experiment.
Okay, so both DAOstack.
Both DAOstack.
Full disclosure, this is your employer, yes?
Yes.
Are you paid to join these clubs?
No.
Okay, good, good.
Well, I mean, not directly, but listen, you have to ask the question, right? And Genesis is going through a transition right now, so it's maybe changing a lot, but I'm a member of that one as well.
I'm going to ask you about that in a second.
More. Yeah. I've participated in more, but I would answer your question by saying I feel like a member of those two.
Okay. How many?
Yeah, so I mean, I guess the DAO was one, but that's not active anymore. So outside of that, a handful of colonies. I'm hesitant to call them DAOs at the moment. I don't think they're very DAO-like yet. We can touch on that later if you want. But I'm also a member of Raid Guild recently, and then the Bright ID Aragon DAO, and I have played around with a couple of the DAOstack DAOs. Have poked my head into Genesis a few times, and then the Kyber DAO. So I've tried to take a pretty holistic approach to all of the different frameworks.
That's a lot of DAOs.
Yeah. I like DAOs.
Yeah, I agree. I also like DAOs. Very on board. I think probably the same. The DAO, if we're going to count that, and then sort of have played around with the DAO stack stuff in Genesis, have made myself a colony, maybe done some colony stuff, and then on sort of the Moloch DAO front, a bunch of them, Raid Guild as well, Metacartel, Orochi DAO, a few other interesting different experiments, but maybe like five or six different DAOs. But again, try to be pretty like across the board. I think realistically, like it's just new ways to coordinate. It doesn't really like. I think there's been a little bit, like last year at least, there was some level of contention around DAOs, right? Like this DAO versus this structure versus this structure versus that structure. I think realistically, if it's a token or if it's 5 different types of tokens or 5 different types of DAOs, it's just a way to like coordinate more effectively. And like the combination of those different DAO structures, I think, is what's coming, and that'll be really cool. Like.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that we're going to start seeing the different frameworks working together a lot more, and the interoperability that some teams are working on is going to be really cool. I've been mainly in the Moloch DAOs, but recently have been working to get more involved with DAOstack and some stuff with Colony. But the Moloch DAOs that I'm part of is Metacartel, is the main one, and Raid Guild.
Is that why you have a chili on your hat?
Yep, that's the Chili's hat up here. And Orochi, which is the party DAO. And so they're actually, after this, everyone should come to the AfterFest party, which is sponsored by Orochi. And so that already a little DAO teamwork to get that done between DAOstack and Orochi. But yeah.
Thank you. So DAOs are autonomous organizations, or at least that's part of their name, but there's a lot of dispute about whether or not they're actually autonomous. Could I really quickly hear what you guys think about that word autonomous, whether or not you think most of the DAOs today fulfill that in any capacity, whether it's just a holdover from a previous idea of like an AI that has never existed and never will exist on a blockchain probably? Or what do you think that word means really, today especially?
Yeah, I'll jump in. So, I think one of the biggest issues there is just people conflating autonomy with automation. So a lot of the time when people think about what it means for a DAO to be a DAO, they immediately jump to some conclusion about some of its processes being automated, as in like a machine doing some of the processes. I think the original idea of a DAO is this idea of kind of code at the center and then humans at the edges. So humans are the ones that kind of actually initiate change within the DAO, and it's just the organizational logic that exists kind of in the center on chain somewhere. So I think that's the biggest kind of issue that causes maybe that confusion there is just conflation of autonomy and automation.
I mean, when I think of autonomous, though, I don't think of automation. I think of like it has a will of its own. You know, I think that it's like maybe taking input from the world, but it ultimately decides things. It has something out like an agency.
I think there are two senses in which autonomous is still a useful word in describing DAOs. One of them is autonomous in the sense that it's independent of other authorities, that things like Ethereum are for the most part hard to censor, and that because that provides some kind of foundation that makes the DAO itself hard to censor, and so it has it has autonomy in that sense. And then the other one is blanking my mind right now, so come back to me.
So on that, I would say that when I think about autonomy there, it's more about the autonomy of the people involved with it, of the actors involved with it. So the DAO itself is, the organizational logic is inert. It's just code sitting there on a chain. The autonomy is the people acting to make the DAO do something.
But wouldn't you say a big group of people who have to vote on things, there's always going to be a large swath of them who have no autonomy. Their voice is not heard because they are in the minority. Like, that's a very large portion who are constantly not autonomous.
But they're still autonomous in that they can participate. They can choose how to participate.
The
like
DAO is autonomous, but the members are not autonomous.
How about you guys over here? What do you think?
Yeah, quickly. I think...
Okay.
I did,
Hello?
work. Definitely on like the autonomy front. I mean, I think like the money like is autonomous to some extent, right? Like if you put the money into a smart contract and you know provably, well, unless it breaks, that you know it's going to do X, Y, or Z, then like to some extent like there's autonomous money there, right? Like if the proposal passes, then I get $400 to buy Nerf guns to shoot people. You know, like that level of it is way easier than going to like, you know, go and talk to Harold in accounting, be like, hello Harold, can I have $400? First we got to do this, then I apply to get the Nerf guns, then I run it through something else, and then I finally get it on my bank account, and then I go and buy the Nerf guns. You know, like there is some streamlining there of the money, but like the human element is still going to be humans and complicated, I think.
Yeah, there's things that are automated, right? There's things now that are on a digital ledger and transparent that wouldn't be available in a traditional organization. Not necessarily autonomous, but maybe in the future, you know, like you said, with different reputation systems and AI and things, we could see like actual autonomy. Like you wake up and the DAO assigns a project for you and tells you how
You're
much
going to
it's
have
going to
toast
pay
for
you.
breakfast. You're going to have toast and eggs.
I mean, one feature of autonomy in a way is the idea that you can't stop it. With that in mind around DAOs, maybe I can ask you this question. Do you think of corporations as people?
No.
No.
I think it's
No,
only,
not,
it's only
yeah,
a
not
relevant
as a
question
person.
legally, I would say.
I think of an organization as an organism, kind of, though, right? It's there's a lot of parts to it that create maybe one of a larger thing, but not a person legally.
I mean, this has often been described as kind of a feature of Ethereum and blockchain. So there's no real distinguishing feature between an account that's controlled by a private key and an account which is controlled by a contract, series of software, or essentially a DAO or a business itself. So in that scenario, you kind of open up an organization to be much more of an autonomous identity as an actual individual. Who we get? Get him out of here. Tell me what you think about that.
Yeah, I think that this would be a good time to have a lawyer up here. If there are any lawyers in the audience that want to grab a Nerf gun. But
are you a lawyer?
What's up? I'm so sorry. I wanted to shoot Oren. Sorry. Just don't aim very well. Hi.
Hey, what do you think about corporations? Are they people too?
Corporations that what?
Is a corporation a person, and is a DAO a person?
A DAO, well, it depends. Either it's the collective of the individual members, and so they file taxes accordingly, or it's a DAO, and so then it's considered a corporation by itself.
I think that oftentimes we criticize statements like corporations are people for obvious reasons, but that there are also, it also legitimizes the corporation as like sort of a legally endorsed structure for organizing in our society. And there are people that are trying to build new types of organizations, like co-ops and now DAOs, that actually see the government recognizing them with legal personhood as actually progress for the legitimizing of those organizations. And maybe I'm saying that a little bit wrong, but I think I've seen attitudes like that among legal scholars. And to me, that's where the question is relevant. If we're talking about are they people like you and me, I think it's basically a ludicrous question.
Close, but you're going to have to try again.
Did we get hit?
Try
Was it a
harder.
miss? Did we get a hit? No hit.
No, I wasn't. Deacon
Keep
was
trying,
almost
keep
hit,
trying.
but Deacon is fine. No. Shoot Oren, guys. No.
Another one down. Step right up.
Man down.
Okay,
It's
and a
fine.
related question. Do you think
Thank you.
code is law?
No.
No.
Humans are low.
I mean, I don't think code is law. I think it's consensus is law. Like you're not. I'm not even gonna say law. Like it's whoop, in the nuts. Good shot. I'm gonna finish this real quick, and then we
Decent
can switch
shot.
up. So like, I think the DAO is the perfect example of this. Like, what ended up being kind of law for the Ethereum blockchain was the consensus to have a state modification, like to change essentially the address that controls a bunch of funds, and that's counter to what was written in code. So I mean, Ethereum is a great example there of something of consensus being law as opposed to code specifically being law.
So, if law...
I got shot in the nuts, so I gotta go.
Oh, yeah. If law in a lot of ways is more effective than code in sort of saying, do what I say, do what I mean, not what I say, right? This is kind of the big difference. Code is do what I say exactly, even if it's like wrong, and law is do what I mean, even if I say it weird. If that's the case, then why would anyone want to build an organization on code instead of on law?
So yeah, I think ultimately each one is like very use case specific, right?
Yeah, actually, can we also get an introduction? Sorry, haven't gotten yours either. Let's get all three of you in a row. Start with you though.
Yeah. Hey, my name's Aaron. I'm getting involved with Meta Cartel. I'm the founder of a company called Govern, which is doing political governance via DAOs.
Thank you. We're gonna come back to your answer too. I just want to get intros really quick.
You want an intro or my answer to your question?
Intro first.
Okay, so hi, I'm Alex Mesmej. I'm the founder of Rocket, which is a DAO, DAB, DeFi, kind of mixing primitives to get a loan against your NFT. So if you have a valuable NFT, you can submit an application, and then the DAO members will decide accordingly if we give out a loan to you. And so last month we did a loan against a Decentraland whale who had a $5,000 parcel. I just came there 5 minutes, come on. I'm also part of Stake DAO, so I was shot by Julian Butlu. Stake DAO is a DAO that pools staking funds, delegators, and I mean, come on stage now because
He
you just
shot you. He's gonna have to do that all over again. Why don't you go ahead while he's coming up?
Okay, it's fine. I'm gonna leave. Relax. Whoa, okay.
So I'm Tom Howard, co-founder of Mosendo. Also in the process of summoning something called Open Money DAO, which is something that's in the works.
Thanks.
My name is Elon, and I am from DAOstack. I'm working on DHack right now, which is a decentralized hackathon model. That's actually how the entire judging of ETH Denver is going to be done. Hopefully that will also evolve into an ongoing DAO that essentially runs virtual hackathons. And yeah, that's me.
Cool. And you were answering the question about code is law. Who did it? You're up. Come up here.
Nope, it has to be from behind the first row of chairs.
Oh, God. Do it again from behind the first row.
He also did not use a gun. I don't know if that counts.
That's why it felt so nice. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think it's like code is law versus law is law, like which one should we abide by? It's like very use case specific, right? And if we're being honest with ourselves, there's a lot of times that law has been used where depending on the situation it's being applied, like judges will either honor it from a perspective of like this is what they meant to say versus like this is actually what the letters of the law say, right? We see that all the time when we talk about what you brought up earlier, which is like corporations are corporations people. Sometimes that like clause or that like idea is used quite literally, and other times it's used in what we're intending to do from corporations, right? So the same way that it's like use case specific, I think the same way code is law and law is law should be specific, use case specific.
Can I get an intro really quick?
Yeah, so my name is Julian Butlu. I'm the founder of Stake DAO. We've been operating staking as a service for a year and a half. We have like $30 million US asset under management. We've been building staking derivatives, liquid pools, and also getting ready for ETH 2.0 staking. And I also launched Arbitrage DAO. So it's a DAO specialized in arbitrage. We did the first flash loan where you can borrow unlimited amount of cash. Liquidity to make and profit from arbitrage opportunities, and then reimburse the loan in the same block. Yeah.
Cool. I just got hit, so I'm going to come down, but I'm going to leave you with a really great question. How come there are no women up here, and there's no women DAOs happening?
It's a good question. It's, I think, somewhat representative of crypto in general. There's not that many women in crypto. I think demographics are roughly equal right now. With Meta Cartel, we are specifically looking to bring more women into the DAO.
Well, actually, there was a DAO just being created yesterday on Meta Cartel, especially for girls. and a woman. Yeah, and I don't remember the name, but it's actually a DAO specialized to get women on board in Meta Cartel. So it's awesome.
Yep.
So am I supposed to?
You're supposed to ask questions.
Okay, so my question is, which DAO is like? Do you think we had like shit coins with ERC20s? Do you think shit DAOs is going to be a thing in the future? And if so, which are the DAOs today are shit DAOs?
So
if any.
I think we've already seen an instance of like exit to DAO, where like projects received some grant funding, didn't really do everything they were supposed to do, and then kind of absolved themselves of responsibility by handing over maintainership of that project to a DAO, and then kind of just like wiping their hands of it, like, oh, the DAO needs to take care of it.
I guess some organizations or companies do that because they know they might face regulatory the regulatory hammer, and then this is kind of like a better way of like distancing yourself from something that's kind of illegal, or it might be illegal in certain jurisdictions.
That's a different story. So I'm in this specific case, I'm talking about a company that actually doesn't really have any legal or regulatory problems, but they kind of are giving up like the social responsibility of needing to complete the
What is
task.
the percentage of DAOs that are the legal entities?
That are? I don't know.
Probably pretty low, but I think like shit DAOs only will become a case with like a couple different like reasons, right? One, people are trying to scam someone, right? That's like shit DAO number one, right? If a DAO is created to try to scam other people, that's shit DAO, right? And that can be avoided by having more members in a single DAO, right? The other way I would defining a shit DAO is if you're applying a DAO mechanism for a use case that doesn't require that DAO mechanism, right? Either you've created the most complicated DAO in the world for decisions that are very simple to be made, or you have too simple of a mechanism for DAOs that require really, really complex and nuanced opinions, right? And really, shit DAOs will be boiled down to one of those two buckets, right? Either you're trying to be scammed, or you're applying the wrong tool to the wrong problem.
The cool thing is if like somebody who's trying to do an ICO type scam is using something like Moloch DAO or another DAO that has a rage quit mechanism, it'll be a lot harder for them to scam, because even if they've raised a bunch of money and then they put in like a proposal to siphon the funds, like people can still rage quit and get their money back, or at least most of it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
What? Hey, you've
Felipe,
already been here.
No.
Wanna ask a question?
He's out again. Hey,
It's been 10 seconds.
you're out. You just got.
I just got shot by the
Yeah.
feet. You want to go, Pat?
Next question, Felipe.
All right. I think one thing that Billy sort of portrayed is that the people who are not in DAOs and don't interact with DAOs on a daily, they don't really get the feeling of like what it is to be in a DAO. And it seems like this faraway club that only a few people belong to. I want you guys to tell me a story about like the most contended or the most like highly emotional moment you ever lived in a decision-making process in a DAO.
So if I can start, I think that like for me it was really like following DAOs for a really long time since inception. And then when we were in Osaka for DevCon, it was hanging out with a bunch of the Meta Cartel gang. And I was like, I think I've been thinking about these ideas pretty in depth, right? Like maybe there's a few other people in the world, but I feel like I'm pretty far down the rabbit hole. And then hanging out with a bunch of the sort of Moloch community and Meta Cartel community, I was like, holy shit. Like these people are so far down this rabbit hole that it like blows my mind consistently. And that was really when like entire life got pointed towards these efforts. And that was probably like the moment, I guess, where it changed.
Do you think the down the rabbit hole, as much as you're talking about, can be can it be like for the wider population? Do you think the wider population can go down this rabbit hole?
I think definitely, but like it's going to be a.
I think. Sorry. So there have been a couple tense situations for me. There's been a lot of tense situations. People kind of forget, like, as an organization, DAOs are political instruments. That's their nature. There is a social layer. People are coming together, forming cartels, meta cartels, if you will. But there were multiple instances where we were running a sandbox DAO on the DAOstack platform called Genesis, where I actually not only disagreed with the majority of the DAOstack team, but I disagreed with the CEO or the chief architect pretty explicitly, and that causes a tension of it's a conflict of interest in a sense. I'm supposed to represent the team on one side, but I'm also supposed to vote my heart in a sense. But there's also a group of people who have an informed opinion about a decision, and I'm also representing them in a sense because I was working on the marketing side. So there was a need to resolve that internal conflict, and a DAO did not help resolving the internal conflict.
It sounds to me like you fell between a rock and a hard place. How did you resolve this inside you? Which decision did you make, one, and second, like how was the process?
Am I just in the middle of like a DAOstack deep and meaningful here? What's going on?
Yeah, I think we can move on. I think you got a good
Okay,
point.
okay, all right.
I mean, it was a good therapy session.
I thought it was funny. I agree.
Did I get shot?
100%. But going back to the question before about like how like is this scalable for the real world? I think like realistically there's like 100 people in the room and we're all mega nerds and we're all 500 like feet down a rabbit hole that no one understands, but we're building the tools, right? It's coming. Definitely this time last year there was maybe 10x less people in DAOs, I don't know, 5x and multiple. And that sort of like hockey stick I think we're just in the middle of and we're building the tools for.
I actually completely agree with that, and on top of that I want to say, or ask you guys rather, what you think about maybe breaking out of just, breaking out of maybe the Ethereum ecosystem as a mechanism to pull more people in and actually get involved with the crypto space, maybe through like projects that might promote social goods or social impact investment kind of thing. Maybe that's, Common Stack and some of those guys are trying to work on that and getting people to recognize that, we have a commons to maintain and preserve, but still incentives are misaligned in a certain way. And
so before I get shot, I'm going to throw an idea out there on what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
Collaborative governance is not just saying yes or no on things.
Mm-hmm.
We could be building several experiments where the separate efforts of individuals create emergent, interesting results. For example, little video fragments using something like Peppo with a token involved, some co-creative, co-gov initiatives that would be fun to interact with. They don't have explicit goals, but they can be governed, managed, or navigated, or steered, rather. And I think this is a challenge I would like people to hack on before I get like a nerf to my face.
I wanted to piggyback. I don't remember who said it. Someone said we've 10x'd. That was you. More than the number of folks that we've 10x'd. If you go back, 2-3 years, blah blah blah, the DAO, right? We were looking at one particular governance structure, and it was actually structured very similarly to equity, to a corporation, token voting, what have you, plutocratic governance. So we've not only 10x'd, the folks in the space, but I think we've 100x'd the diversity of the forms that are currently being explored. And those forms could be represented by something as small as 3 guys in a Moloch type structure, or something as large as multiple thousands of individuals. Kyber DAO did a test with all of their token holders and a structure like that. So
I agree, but I think interestingly on the comparison of tools is that when people so just before I was saying like the alignment of holding a token is or participating in a token DAO is actually so different than normal human interaction. Normal human interaction is not I have some token and you have some tokens, so we should vote on how we spend the tokens. But instead it's hey, we're cool, you're cool, we have cool ideas, let's do some cool stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And I think what's been interesting about DAOs that aren't built on the back of tokens is, and not towards DAO, but Kyber, right? Specifically the Kyber example. I just think it's that's how do we push the project forward, not how do we push the whole space forward. That's an interesting differentiation, I think, between the DAOs.
Okay, well, to respond to that, I'm just curious, just with, do you think there could be more cases of, there was Yang DAO with political organization, just maybe somehow bootstrapping the DAO framework as a way for groups to actually use this. I'm just like spitballing with the idea that people could organize using a DAO and actually derive a lot of value from it outside of, using our traditional mechanisms for organizing people around a thing, right? And I feel like that might bring a lot more value to the Ethereum ecosystem in particular. And I guess that's just going to happen naturally. So maybe I shouldn't ask this question, but I don't know.
I feel like I have an answer for this. What becomes available once a larger percentage of the human population as a whole gets used to governing things together will defy our imagination. Like this 10x has created 100x modes of organization extra, right? Imagine when 5% of a whole neighborhood is used to something like this. The level of coordination available is insane. That's why I think at the same time that we're trying to create like the super killer app, mega coordination genius thing, we should just be challenging or provoking the world to play with as many things like this as possible, even if they're on Web 2. But just getting this mechanics in people's heads. Like nowadays, everybody likes stuff on Instagram, and it's completely natural. DAOs have to become this, sort of.
Right. Yeah.
There's definitely unexplored territory there, and this is sort of a shameless shill. I have an idea. I want someone to build it. I'd like to see DAOs appropriate the tools of nation states at a higher level of complexity. I want to see things like Tobin taxes. I want to see registries of people who sit within the DAO's control and people who sit without, and to be able to enforce trade mechanisms, subsidies, other types of tools that have been traditionally delegated to national entities. That's something I really hope people pick up on, because if we can organize with this level of complexity, then we can begin to challenge the current political structures in a way that perhaps Bitcoin tries to, but it fails to in a sense.
Okay, I want to ask a question. I think most of, except what you just said, Pat, most of the kind of things we were talking about here, why blockchain? Like, why does it need to be decentralized? Half these things here, they can be done on a regular kind of platform, a shared bank account. I guess, the ease of use of moving money, that might play a role, but generally, like why on the blockchain?
I think the two main things is transparency and programmability. So the DAO mechanisms that we are trying to do, like for instance, Erica's Peeper4D, which is about gamifying reputation, this is completely impossible to do on a bank account. And even if we could do that, in some ways, there is no transparency, which means that a DAO can boldly claim to represent a large group of people, but if it's just a bank account, there can be obvious collusions and things like behind the doors, corruption, and there's no room for corruption where everyone has a bird's eye view of everything that's happening. So for me, these are like the 2 points.
Yeah, I would just stress what Alex is saying. I think just the infrastructure that blockchain and smart contracts allow for with the DAO, maybe my talking point isn't right, but I would just say that basically, because these contracts are hard-coded and these organizations can be deployed without having to be as worried about the things that it works to minimize, like collusion or.
But I would argue that you can, everything that it was kind of described here, you can probably build on a centralized app. You can make it transparent. You can make the bank account so all the people will have to get an agreement. Like you can sign something in a bank account. Like you can do all these things on like current systems.
Yeah, I guess I just haven't seen an instance of that. And like, I don't know. Maybe I can't answer it.
For me, I see, decentralization. It's probably when you're talking about illegal things for a large part. You can't really do illegal activities on a centralized platform.
So that's one benefit. I think another benefit is that if you have a centralized platform, you always have friction, right? And I think that like even like moving money from someone from the States to someone from Canada through a centralized platform, it takes a lot of time, and we don't realize it. But I mean, crypto is just so easy, right? You can move money around, groups of people can make decisions. It happens right away. I mean, that's one huge advantage that even a centralized platform can do.
I'd also, just to butt in briefly, if you've ever sent an international wire transaction, you can understand why crypto is much more efficient than the fiat system.
Yeah, exactly.
But blockchain, you could build centralized applications for many of the things that exist, but you also can't for other things. But let's just get down to the meat here. It's a consumer preference. It's a consumer preference when we say, as individuals, hey, I want the decentralized stablecoin. I'm not comfortable using the U.S. dollar. I'm not comfortable trusting the Federal Reserve. This is an institution which has violated my trust, and so I'm going to do things a different way. But it's also, there's plenty of consumers that feel differently about this. They're okay with using the dollar. That's the majority.
But instead of the U.S. government, you're deciding to trusting Anderson Horowitz.
Are you supposed to? What's going on
I'm just
here?
saying, like,
someone shoot him. Someone shoot him.
But this is the reality of it. Like, you're trusting The reality is that right now you're trusting the U.S. dollar, but with any of the alternative stable coins, you're trusting either Anderson Horowitz or I don't know a bunch of what do you call it, like Bitfinex or Tether. You're just trusting a different.
That doesn't change that it is a consumer preference who you choose to trust. Someone shot me. Who shot me? No worries.
I guess, so Lou, you run Crypto Mondays in New York, and I think that's one of the more popular meetups for blockchain and Ethereum. And not to put you on the spot, but just to have a directed question, curious, like, to what extent are DAOs important to the New York blockchain community?
The meetup, Crypto Mondays, is very broad. So it's people who come talk about crypto. We started a lot of other communities. We have a token economics meetup. We have a governance and consensus meetup when people are interested in those particular things. And the great thing is we can leverage Crypto Mondays to start those communities. And so we actually leverage Crypto Mondays to start DAOFest in New York City. So we were able to leverage that audience. And I actually, I think there were one or two people here who heard me talk earlier, but I think there's a massive value down the road in communities working together. 2 communities, 5 communities, 50 communities. I think the value from that is going to be massive. And also I want to use this opportunity to talk about my DAO, which is, as everybody's pushing their DAO, my DAO is called Propaganda. And what this DAO is going to be is a DAO to leverage the community to create content, to put up on Facebook to elect somebody other than Trump, because we know that they're going to use a lot of fake news. They already are. Trump is already retweeting, fake news, and he has the right to, right? And they're going to what?
I like that.
Yeah, exactly. So come help me with it, because look, what we do know is the world's a better place if crypto happens and if the world decentralizes. And I think most of us can probably agree the world's also a better place if somebody else is president.
Nice. Did you have thoughts, Sam?
No, I mean, I'm just kind of
cool.
sighing. I'm like,
so, I'm the moderator. How long is this panel?
Well, how long?
Nobody knows.
So when did you stop beating your kids?
We got 20 more minutes.
Yeah, totally. This is what was the is it, what is that chanting? You know that, what was the reality TV show where they chanted and, not, oh!
There we go.
Man down.
We're going to get a new moderator.
Bring back the old new moderator.
Can I pose a question to you guys?
Yeah, do it.
I'm just wondering, how do you guys think, what maybe Protocol Labs with SourceCred is working on kind of maybe has a bit of overtone with Metacartel and how it might be a competitor in the sense of how we value, you know, what workers are doing in an organization, and how we might like
Well, valuing contributions. You're talking about valuing contributions.
Yes.
Right? I feel like SourceCred is. Yeah. I mean, I think it's great.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah. I guess what I was asking is just like how we can use competitive forces to grow, you know, together. I guess between Metacartel and just the different DAO projects and projects that are testing the waters for, you know, valuing workers' contributions. I guess
well,
I'm answering my own
I
question,
can tell
but-
you personally, I mean, I would not look at it regardless of where I was as competition. The fact is the only way we're going to get better is by experimenting and trying different things. And as much as I love Moloch DAO and I think it's awesome, my guess is it can be improved on, right? And they're trying to improve on it, and lots of other people are trying to improve on it. And the more people who are trying things, the better off we're going to be.
It's been lots of shoe shots up here.
All right, I have a question. We're coming to the end. So crypto is a pretty awful user experience. It's slow, it's confusing, most of the time it's broken, it doesn't work. I want to know who hurt you? You know, what happened to all of you that made you care enough to do this? Were you not allowed in the cool club and now you make your own club that's hard to get in because it's like you don't know the website and you don't know how to use the keys? What happened to you personally that has been improved by crypto or a DAO?
I think being born in New Zealand in the corner of the world and then coming out to the rest of the world and being like, oh, I see, like there's actual shit going on. Maybe that was my like trigger point of needing a DAO.
We're here for you now.
Yeah, exactly. Now I have a community that I can call my own.
I think for me, just the community around Bitcoin and first tapping into that was a big thing for me. Just, you know, being parity to the US dollar, and I studied economics in college and throughout my high school. I've just always been interested in, you know, learning about how centralized currencies really, you know, the working class or the lower strata of people in the economy don't really have a say in what the value is of the currency and how it works. And not that in Bitcoin they do, but at least with Bitcoin they can have complete ownership and say over how it works. How
So you were mad at the like bad distribution of wealth that Bitcoin has fixed.
Basically, yeah.
Great.
That's right.
What hurt you?
I wanted to get rich, and I was mad at the existing infrastructure and institutions.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, come at me.
So, if you look at the 1960s to today, the real wage of the medium American worker is up like 2 or 3%. It's effectively been stagnant. And if you look at that and you really understand what that means, it's sad. It's really sad. We're the first generation to have 40% less earning power, wealth than the previous generation. In 2008, you look at the financial crisis, you look at what caused that, the deregulation that occurred during Reagan's time, you know, the stripping of the entire manufacturing sector by large capital institutions, and then the creation of these subprime mortgages, the financialization of the economy as a whole. All of this has come together and dealt us the worst hand that we could have gotten. And that makes me mad. That upsets me. That pisses me off.
And so now that we're finally allowed to vote, Is that the big change? Have we not been allowed to vote to change that? Why are voting in DAOs going to be any different than voting in a government? Why is a DAO going to have any more effect than voting in your local representatives that actually represent values that you care about?
Giving control of a monetary instrument to collectives to utilize as they want to is extremely empowering. You look at what Bitcoin has been able to accomplish in a very short amount of time. This has been exponential level growth to the creation of a multi-$100 billion market. This is incredible.
You don't think that's just people trying to get rich quick and that's going to run out?
I think as well, like another answer to like differentiate like traditional whatever democracy or government structures compared to what we're looking at here is it's not about solving the whole problem, right? We're not going to go from 0 to 100, but if we can have the exact same governmental like kind of fucked up system, but it can be using transparent like smart contracts in order to send money around, right? Like how much money someone spent and where they got the money from, and that's all that changes. Then like that's actually a pretty large improvement, right? Like that's going to.
I mean, laws can do the same thing. Laws do the same thing.
But laws, they're not. Especially in this country, laws are literally set up so that you can give people money in like an under-the-table way.
Laws are only as effective as the government that's able to willingly enforce them. So
Exactly.
why not hold the government accountable?
So now
why
we
not
have Ethereum
come together collectively, as everyone here seems to be wanting to do, and actually make the government run instead of trying to build baby governments that you play in with your friends?
Because when a 24-year-old that looks like he's 16 shows up to a government office and tries to talk about technology, they tell him to shut the fuck up and go away.
That's
true. We're talking about iterating, the governance of perhaps the Moloch structure, for instance, and it's only been around for a year. How have we really iterated the American governance? That's been around for 250 years. We don't have the mechanisms that we need to collectively iterate upon governance structures that impose their
Have you ever
power
tried
structure.
working in the government? Have you ever volunteered for a representative? Have you ever gone and been a participant at all in government?
Yeah, I've volunteered for multiple campaigns.
And you're frustrated by that process?
It's not about the process. It's about the structure. So there is a process in place, but just look at the structure of this first past the post system that we have. It creates a game theoretic situation where we now have two parties. We'll always have two parties, and this is not good. This is not good structure.
And also just the capacity to cause a dent in whatever process is already there introduces the opportunity of changing the topography of power momentarily. Any process that keeps running will produce its deviations times 1,000-fold. So the capacity to just nudge it out of center and let it rerun that we could do with DAOs, with our mini baby governments to play with our friends, which is just the beginning. So it's about the topography of power, and power has been allowed to run unseen. Right? It iterates, it does what it does, but we don't have data. Just the fact that we're doing it in a semantically rich medium by nature, which is a blockchain, allows us eventually, when we have the right tools to visualize and explore these blocks, to understand how power is deviating, accumulating, etc. So even if right now it's not that relevant, eventually a lot of the stuff that we do in legacy society will be running in some sort of like decentralized ledger technology. It's probably inevitable.
Who hurt you?
Who am I? I'm Felipe.
Who hurt you?
Oh, who hurt me?
You weren't here for that question.
No, the answer for that question, in my case, is called Brazil. So I was meant to be an artist and a painter, and I was not afforded that because of where I was born, the way I was born. So I decided to take a look at politics and start organizing people to do things in a decentralized way from an early age. I was part of several political organizations in the school agremiation thing, and I did protests in front of the American Embassy when the invasion of Iraq, etc. But I still did art and I still did entrepreneurship to survive, and Brazil kept me spread thin and trying to survive in several fronts. And eventually I gave up and moved to Berlin. And a friend of mine was working for DAOFest, and he was like, dude, you have to take a look at this. And then when I saw it, I was like, oh shit, if I had this all along, like the bricks that I built and turned to mud, they could have stood upon each other. So I just dropped everything and went full head into Genesis, and eventually ended up working for DAOFest. But I'm a total crypto noob.
So DAOs are really great to sort of congeal communities, coordinate between communities. Have you guys encountered any communities in the real world who are having trouble coordinating?
Yeah.
Can you tell me about them and whether or not they're using this technology now?
I don't think they are. I don't think any normal humans are using this technology at all. But interesting, like on that is like so like guilds. So there's now like the Raid Guild and a bunch of like different collectives that are pushing forward out of like these DAO structures as like service providers or whatever. And like looking at like guilds inside of video games, like and play to earn mechanics and all of that stuff, I think is going to seriously disrupt like all like online gaming communities. They will end up using this stuff as like a default. Because it's just better to coordinate that way. The game developer can't fuck you.
I feel like in any communities out there that have been organic and have tried to raise funds or like coordinate any funds in any way, I think they probably have pain. They have had pain. And so I think that ideally we could help solve that pain, but I don't think they know that there's a pain because there's no other solution. They're just doing the only thing they know they can do. So,
yeah, I think one thing that it adds is that it's a key to higher legitimacy, and the problem is and the automation part is really useful, and that in itself for me is a big change, because in running collectives for a long time in my life, there's an invisible step between making a decision and carrying it through, where all the darkest shit in organization happens, right? Because there's a trusted party and then it goes malicious or something happens or people just are not willing to carry out the things. Like it's the invisible moment where coups happen. And just the fact that once the decision is made, it happens, budgetarily at least, that's just such a huge difference. That for me, it's world shattering. Just that.
Fun communities?
Coordination has to be, it's a relativistic concept. You have to define a benchmark for, we want to be this coordinated in order to achieve this. And, there's a reason that you can look at sort of the older cypherpunk communities and the overlap with anarchism. It's because they deliberately chose a path of non-coordination. And so you could say, okay, you are immensely successful in jump-starting, and I keep using Bitcoin because it's the first and biggest, most prominent, commodity cryptocurrency, and in creating this new economy. So that was successful, but if we could define this benchmark of we're not going to have a figurehead that's identifiable, the Satoshi myth, the mythos around him, they were immensely successful by choosing not to coordinate. And we can see similar things going on in the Ethereum space. The Ethereum Foundation has sort of a non-interventionalism when it comes to the future of the chain, besides giving out funding to specific groups to develop it further. So I would respond to that question by saying, what is the definition? What is the coordination appropriate? What are the tactics appropriate to reach what we're trying to reach?
Will somebody shoot this guy?
Shoot me.
Why, you're trying to troll the panel and the panel trolls you back?
Somebody shoot me. We have 5 minutes left.
Who's got bullets?
So I think I heard this question earlier. Thank you. What's to stop you from doing these things with centralized technology? APIs inside of banks work. If the goal is to get people to actually use coordination software, why don't you make the software useful, usable, and easy to use?
Facebook might do that.
That's above my pay grade.
I agree with what you're saying.
Oh shit! I'm surrounded by DAO stack.
I'll give that one an honest
It's
response.
that meme with the NPC where we like.
The only reason I got into this space was because
the time has come when we're going to sacrifice a metacartelian to Moloch on stage.
I would argue that DAOs should require some sort of breaking the law, at least right now. Some sort of, like, for them to be justified. Some sort of either doing something that's cross-border, where you cannot do it in the current systems, or straight up, I don't know, like a DAO that owns a dream market vendor.
So AV team, can we just cut this part out later? Okay, thank you.
I mean, and I think like the difference is it actually like illegal, right? Or is it like or is it immoral?
Arbitrary
exactly.
Arbitrages.
And I think a lot of what we're doing is totally ethical and totally moral, and is actually for the right reason. It's just that regulators are like 80-year-old old white dudes that have like no fucking idea like what's actually going on. So to them, they're like, oh, it's super illegal, like what you're doing. But in reality, it's just because they don't understand.
No, but look. I think it's important to differentiate between illegal and not legal yet, right? So just because we're front running the capacity of the system to understand what we're doing, that's one thing.
But
Something that's
if I'm a
unlegislated.
libertarian, then I would argue that everything should be legal.
Well, arguing is free, and being a libertarian might not. I don't know. What I mean to say is that DAOs are pushing the understanding of what is available for humans to court as organizations, and we're behaving more like organisms with weird overlaps and weird points of connection. This stage is a good example of this, right?
But you don't need blockchain for this. I don't think what you described, like we can create these same apps. They're much faster, much better, much more. I don't know.
I'm not putting any of my time or energy into something that's not like. I don't want to trust someone. I don't want to trust any organization. I only trust code. I only trust Ethereum.
Yeah.
Anything else, like what the fuck? Why? You know, like
it can still be open source software.
This
right?
is the orthodox response. My actual reason is that these projects raised a ton of money, and listen, I would have been very happy to go work on these same ideas in Web 2, but nobody. There was no money to do it. You know, you have like platform co-op projects that existed for 10, 15 years and basically got nowhere. And the energy that came from blockchain, for me, that was the reason to come and do this. Like the decentralization is, I think, eventually going to be extremely relevant, but that's not the thing that will change. If I'm going to start a business, start an organization, that's not the thing right now that's going to change my mind. Like, oh, I should start a DAO instead of an LLC, you know, right? If something's going to change my mind now, it's going to be the effectiveness of the organization, because basically I'm willing to trust Amazon right now, not to screw with my database or whatever, you know. Maybe that's stupid.
Let's get Luke's
that's
voice.
essentially what's happening right now. Like
We have 2 minutes left, guys, and I wanted to get Luke's voice on the panel. At least he sat down. He's quiet here.
Okay, I'm done.
How do you feel about the question that he's raising about why don't we just build it on Web 2?
I think from my perspective, what I've seen, people don't trust each other, and blockchain creates this trust, especially in environments where you don't trust the person operating the Web 2 infrastructure. So you mentioned you could build it on Web 2, but then you end up with specific owners of the system, and especially in low trust environments like in the Caribbean, people will would never use a system like that. They want to have this. They would rather have nobody to own it than somebody that they don't trust. And in that sense, for example, we build stuff on Ethereum and we don't have our own infrastructure, which is to a lot of people more attractive than if I was running my own infrastructure. And the building blocks is just amazing.
The thing is that the current state, everything is fairly centralized, just as centralized. I mean, half the dApps are running somewhat on AWS. I mean, and if not, then everything is running on Infura. So, I mean, it's practically Web 2, only we've switched from...
But what it's running on Infura doesn't matter, right? Like, we can all run Ethereum on one Infura, like, shitbox, and, like, I agree it's not good, but, like, if something happened and Infura pushed through something that wasn't legitimate, like, we would just walk away from it, right? The decentralization, like, the technology, Ethereum is the best way to do it, but the philosophy is what matters, you know? The philosophy of, like, literally...
So with that sentence, I think we're going to close the panel. The philosophy is what matters.
The philosophy is what matters.
I also think that technology matters, and I think the actions matter as well.
It's not running on Infura, guys. Ethereum is not running on Infura.
Guys, this was the official program of DAOFest. Thank you very much.
Woo!
Don't forget, after party tonight at Myra's Gallery, DAOFest.io/nothing. 1 band, 2 DJs, till 2 in the morning, some free drinks. No Mana is playing next door. Have a good night.